Kenny. Good day. Hope you are well. No, that's not that. That's that. There we go. Take one day off and you forget how to stream. No, I didn't take a day off. Just a long time since. Oh, yeah, I did. Hello, maybe. I'm kind of quiet. Oh, joy. Hold on. Start this dance, do we? I didn't change anything. It doesn't even look like I'm talking. Why? Why? Oh, what the heck? Why? Okay, that might change things. Did you have it turned up? There you go. So I was recording some video yesterday and I turned my microphone off. So what you heard, I am not sure. The booming voice of God. I appreciate the way you feel about me. So, it must have been. I didn't realize I had that enabled. What is mic set up as? Apparently, it's set up as the same thing, so it probably just it lacks the filters and the gain. I've only just recently learned to remove the default devices and add them back into the scenes. Again, I used to set that up, but yeah. I slept badly last night and then woke up to 28 Celsius. Oh, the. Ugh. What? .NET help. .NET tool help. .NET tool list. And that's an archive from the song. Yeah, I would do too. So I woke up right before I posted that I was going to be late. I don't know why I was so sleepy. Looks like I did not have a very good night's sleep either. And yeah, and I just came downstairs and realized that I'd unplugged a DisplayPort cable from my monitor yesterday to give to my daughter because her computer's monitor the cable was really tight, and I think she'd broken the graphics card. So I gave her my cable, and then didn't replace the cable. So I've had to do a mad scramble for cables this morning. So everything I did on Monday, after Monday's stream, of organizing the cables on my desk, now looks like I did absolutely nothing because now there's cables everywhere again. Yeah, she needs to go off and buy her own stack of cables. Dr. Cox, hello. How you doing? So I apologize if I'm sound sleepy. I apologize if I look sleepy. And I apologize if I'm not quite there yet. I will need to retrieve coffee at some point, I think. In fact, we should probably start with that rather than actually getting into coding and then thinking, oh, I need to order coffee. Click this like 7 times this morning. You weren't on I apologize, Apex. It was so I sleep with a CPAP machine. I'm sorry, Apex. Well, this is not going to cover what we talked about in chat. I'm holding that back until I've got more content. So no worries there. You're not going to miss anything on that topic. And that's how you miss a meeting with a customer an hour ago. Well, I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention to make everyone like. I didn't realize that people put their days around this stream. I'm also now retrieving coffee. My apologies. How does this work? What is this magic? There you go. I wanted to check something. Manage NuGet packages. So I got a notification yesterday that I had an expired library I need to update to. And I don't know why I was including it. I think it was spam, but it looked legit. My dogs wake at 6:30 and to have breakfast so they can get ready for your stream. So, as you know, I have two pit mixes. They are the laziest little things in the world. This one, it says I have to update this one. It says this one's at risk. So what includes this? Is it SQL Server that has this in it? I think they did an emergency patch or something. Okay, it looks like I have. I did the centralized package management. Yeah, so I got a notification because I published these as NuGet packages, right? I got a notification yesterday, and it looked legit from NuGet. It said, "You need to fix this quickly. You're on an outdated version of this library." It's interesting that all these still jump further. Like now everything else has jumped. Is that now it's implicitly installed or it's... Yeah, okay. So that should be this one. Why does this install identity? I do not know. Implicit. There's a lot of stuff it includes I didn't think it should. Okay, I can't concentrate and listen to you, so look. No worries, maybe. I appreciate it. Properties. Oh, it's over here. That's why. And it's not modular. It's not a modal, so yeah. 4613. So the email told me. Let's not bring that up on stream. Let's not be that tired. No one needs to see 40,000 emails that you've never read. You don't want to remove everything. Urgent. Your Jira subscription will be cancelled in a week. That's fine. Okay. 40K on email. That's junior levels. Got to pump those. I just recently had to upgrade my subscription to Google. It's like you're gonna lose access to your emails. Like, oh dear. Okay, sorry, I'm looking for this email. NuGet admin, immediate action required. We're reaching out to inform you that an update of an important update requirement for Microsoft.identity.client. A previous version of this package contained a typo and a comment URL that inadvertently pointed to a typo or squatting phishing site. Oh, they misspelled Microsoft in a PR. URL has been flagged as confirmed malicious URL by multiple security vendors, including Avira, Sophos, and Bitdefender. To address this, the team released a fix in version 4.7.2.1, published on May 20th as documented. Right, so but you've got, this is, wow. So, yeah, please update to version 4.72.1 in mediator.sagas.sql server. So I now have that version again. So the only way of doing that, and they've even updated that beyond that. Hi, Steve. How you doing? Right this second, I'm just updating a NuGet. See, now I don't have an implicit reference to that. So now I've got to include an explicit reference to this library just to get it to update. But we might as well. We don't want any malicious content. So, Steve, what I'm working on is Project Liquid Sky, which is my project management and planning application, which I realize I haven't started the server for, which is stunning. So we'll get that started in a second. At the moment, what I'm doing is I'm trying to update this NuGet package to a supported version, or rather to a bug fixed version. I don't like this idea because I've now got an explicit package reference to a package I don't personally need, but a library I pulled in needs, but I can't have the library update that version. Ugh. So now someone coming to the project could look at the project and be like, and it's minor in this particular project, but that's not the point. The point is always the norm, the people, this being in mainstream libraries and stuff, right? I now have a package reference to this library. So you come along to this library and you're like, oh, I need to mimic what this is doing. Oh, I need a reference to this library. You don't. It's implicitly included in this piece. However, it doesn't include the right version. So, and I've updated this to the latest version, and it still doesn't update to the later version. So their own packages don't include the right references. So I've now made an explicit reference out of something that should be an implicit reference, and it just makes it clouds the water. It's impressive. So where's my stream stuff? There we go. No, it was not doing it. So it's the implicit reference was to 4.6.3, which is one that's got a known security vulnerability in it. So that's annoying. I don't like that idea. But I don't see any other way of upgrading it because it won't offer me an upgrade. I don't want to get too bogged down on this one. So this has a reference to where are you? References Microsoft. Is it an implicit reference, which is why this one doesn't fix it? It probably is, because I mean, why would SQL have a reference to identity? Yeah, it doesn't have. It's probably something else that has the need for identity, so it's kind of tangential. But it doesn't have a direct reference. No, that doesn't have it. Doing bad on the shout out, sorry, because I'm not looking at that screen. Wow, you shout out everyone. Maybe Canny Dev, Apex Pixelated. If you like software development, any of these streamers are fantastic streamers to go watch. Maybe working on his Barely Fit app and other things. Very talented developer. Canny Dev working on stream overlay stuff, builds Twitcher library for Godot. If you want stream interactivity with Twitch, Twitcher is definitely the library you want to check out. Builds into Godot, and you can do all sorts of interactions, notifications, all sorts. And Apex is building his game, and is working right now on expanding the behaviors, save files, etc. And has got a lot of really cool stuff in there, so I highly recommend checking that out. Also, if you're interested in seeing how AI workflows are effectively used, Apex's stream is very worth. You were saying it, and a lot of yeah. If you want to see how it can be used effectively, not just used effectively, and yeah. I get that, Steve. I get it. But yeah, you won't see me using AI. I think the problem with AI and the Apex, this is definitely becoming a thing, is it just feels like there's a lot of people drinking the Kool-Aid, and you know, it's cultish, right? So I think that's where it is also unappealing, because people are like, oh, use AI, and it's like, no, I don't want to. I can help you do this. I don't care, right? I will say 100%, if you are using it to do the phrase I will not mention because it makes me feel sick saying it, if you use it that way and you are an experienced developer, it is the most boring, tiresome experience, and that is why I will never do that. It is, yeah. Yes, it does start with that, and I will not say it because ugh. No. Include explicit reference to even if I was to start doing that thing, I still wouldn't call it that because it feels, yeah. Include explicit reference to identity because Microsoft indicated a security issue with it. I don't think experienced devs do that, do they? That's for people who don't know what they're doing. Honestly, that is why I don't really watch Fritz any longer. I call it partner programming, so I don't find it. So I do have a mix of opinions here. I'm holding some of these back because what I'm currently doing off stream is I'm doing a bit of research. I'm trying to make sure that I collect enough personal information. I go through the workflows, do the certain things, and I come back with an opinion based upon experience. I don't want to stream it because I don't want to be influenced by other people, because there are people I know in the stream that are um, pro, and I know that people are con, and I do not want to have those influences changing how I do things. So I am experimenting in a variety of ways. I can say that you will likely see Claude Code introduced to, this is Claude Code up here. I will likely introduce Claude Code in some capacity. It will not be in the worst possible way. I am not using it for development. But yeah, I'm trying to form that up. I've recorded a lot of content, partially why my microphone was off today. I've recorded a lot of content that I think I want to put together in some form of video. But yeah. I have not removed my concerns though. I still am very concerned as to what it means. I think that if you are not experienced and you're using the tools to write code, you are going to get a problem. And I am now more confident that in the next few years, there will be a lot more jobs available in companies that previously tried to use AI to just write the code for them. I think there'll be a lot of openings for developers that have the experience of working with, because it's going to create a new breed of legacy system. So the companies that have used it for that are going to feel that burn. Maybe not now, but I based upon what I've seen so far, there's going to be some challenges that cannot be replaced with a machine. And I don't see, based upon what I understand of AI, I do not think that there is any way of it correcting it itself. It's not a correctable solution because of the way that the tools work. So yeah, I will be sharing some content in the next week or two on this process. But I can say, if you are looking for someone who is writing code and is not using AI to do everything, this will still remain to be the place. I have no intention of switching over to that at all. So yeah. Include explicit reference to identity because Microsoft indicated a security issue with the library. And it's not updated by I accidentally stumbled on a stream the other day. They were trying to figure out what some field was being serialized, and they just copied a section of JSON that ChatGPT had greeted them and searched in all files for it. I tried to tell them about serialization in C# to help, but they had no understanding of anything that was happening. Made me sad. Yeah. Hi Phil. How you doing? And that's why our jobs are going to remain safe. Minette, hello. That was weird. Minette, hello. It's because I glanced and I was thinking about what I was saying about the other thing. I need coffee. So someone gave us an analogy yesterday, right? That AI is like, it can be like an intern or a PhD, but you don't know who you're talking to. And my problem with that is, it means that every single piece of code you look at, you have to treat like an intern wrote it. You can't treat it like a PhD wrote it. You can't. You have to rely upon the lowest common denominator, because there's no way you can validate it. If you just trust everything as a PhD, then yeah, it's going to be fine, and you're going to make mistakes. But it's not, and again, it's not a junior developer. It's people that think they can use the tools without having any programming knowledge. And I will 100% say that that is not the way you want to be using these tools. Any company who is using these tools purely to build stuff and has no idea, I have watched a few of those streamers myself. I find it fascinating that they can make so much progress. but they don't understand when the software is not doing what it should be doing. Yeah, and I think it's I kind of made this I kind of made this the other day. When you're a developer, you look at these other developers that can throw these things together really quick and like, oh look, I can do this and this and this and this, and you're like, what? How do you do that? How do you figure this out so quickly? And what it is a lot of developers are very talented at reading docs, putting together samples, and chaining these things together as chunks of code that just work. And that's what AI does. It's chunks of code that just work. Now, it based upon tooling and whatnot, it can still figure out if there's problems, etc., but not necessarily, because it only has what data it has available. And I used to feel very envious of those people, like, oh look, I just did this thing, it just uses SignalR and it pushes down to the browser when the thing happens, and you know, if the weather changes, it'll tell you the weather's about to change, and there you go. And I'd be really envious of those people, because I'm like, I don't know how to do that sort of stuff. And what I realized, it was because I was sat there trying to figure out how to write it cleanly, and I was trying to figure out how to organize it and structure it. I wasn't trying to figure out how to just slap examples together, and I've never done that. I don't like it. I like to think through an example, think through a problem. And yeah, AI is kind of like that. So, yeah, in my experience, a junior dev who doesn't know something is willing to learn. When I tried to start helping them learn serialization, they immediately shut down and said they were using ChatGPT. Yeah, and that's going to be why we have jobs. So yeah, it scared me, because people could produce this code really quickly, and I think it's going to look it's going to look like people can produce amazing things in a very short amount of time. But when you start looking under the covers and you need changes done, it's a house of cards. But anyway, I'm going to move on the topic, because, well, once I order coffee, I will do this. Yeah. Do, 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 do. What did I just order? Oh yeah, hash browns. I want that deep understanding still, but think it augments both to get there nicely. Gotcha. I have an unrelated question. What are you using to style my the client front end? Sorry, my brain immediately went to things like linters and stuff in the code. Tailwind mainly. Right now, this is using PrimeNG controls and Tailwind, so there's a bit of a mix. Yeah. So yeah. It's so expensive. Dang. Okay, we're gonna do. Okay, I'm just gonna get this order done, and then I can focus more. Finish. There we go. Okay. Like PSCSS or Tailwind. Right. So yeah, I'm using a lot of Tailwind in the client app. Does this actually run right this second? Yes, it does run, because I was testing it the other day. Um, dot services up console. Let's do that quickly before the services start to actually start. I feel very discombobulated today. Let's get that started. That's done. Yes. Tailwind, I feel, is a I know people don't like Tailwind and they don't like Tailwind classes, etc., and that it creates a lot of unreadable code, which you can still clean up, by the way. But I do enjoy that Tailwind gives me a lot of creativity, a lot of design elements figured out quickly, and I feel more comfortable throwing together Tailwind elements than I do throwing together CSS. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Tailwind. So this is a mix of, obviously, PrimeNG is styling its own controls. It does have some Tailwind in PrimeNG, I think. I tried to upgrade to Tailwind 4. That didn't go too well. So I'm hoping that PrimeNG 20, because I've never seen a library change so much between versions as PrimeNG. Like, I jumped Prime 17 to 19, and it was like I'd shown this UI used to look very different, but when I updated to PrimeNG 19 from 17, everything changed, which was crazy. They deprecated so much stuff, so they're not afraid to keep the library going forward. Yeah, so it's a bit of a mix of controls with Tailwind in there. What do you use, Dr. Cox? Crispy, hello. Hi there, first time being here. Just read the title, you're working with C#. Can you give me a background story? What do you do, etc.? What do I do? For a living, I'm a staff engineer, working on a PHP product, actually, although I am trying to figure out how to bring .NET into the fold more and more. So my role is still more .NET than not, but I'm more about prototyping for a living. I have been doing this for coming up on 26 years as a professional. Most of that is .NET, and I have no formal education. No degrees. Yeah. The only qualifications I have is a vocational qualification in robotics and a vocational qualification in C++ from 1997. 1998, sorry. I'm going to have to ask you some questions about being a staff dev on Discord. No worries. School is for nerds. Still torn if I should try Tailwind for a small sample project. Currently I'm doing more CSS, pure CSS mostly, but I'm really bad at it. That's exactly why I use Tailwind. Never used COBOL? No. I got lucky there. Although unlucky potentially, based upon the number of jobs that are available these days for that. I just started learning C#. Any advice, tips? Want to become good at C# and .NET? Write code. Don't worry about don't worry about, sorry. Don't worry about right or wrong. Don't worry about good or bad. Write code. Achieve things. Build better things every time. Grow on what you have. And once you start understanding more about the language, understanding more about how to build software, then look at how other people do things. There's lots of examples. Don't start with trying to write a major website. And considering our conversation from earlier, Don't use AI to try and speed up the process. Use it if you're going to ask questions of it, if you're going to try and learn something. But obviously, remember that the stuff that AI has access to is out of date. Don't start trying to build a game. Yeah. um, um, yes. Don't listen to advice like that. AI is a good tutor if you are not using it to do the job for you. Don't be tempted to just say, "Oh, well, I want to achieve this thing, so I'm just going to use the AI to do it, and I can learn the C sharp afterwards." It's not going to teach you good practices. It's not going to teach you good C sharp because you're not going to understand what it's done for you, and it'll be more tempted to continue. Just write code, write a small program to do a thing. Um, you know, you know, learn how to write to files and things like that. Yeah. I, I would say don't overwatch content. Don't overwatch videos. Just do write some code. Because you're gonna. There are a whole lot of opinions out there on what is right, what is wrong, how to do this, how to do that. You know, and it does seem like people are building these crazy things that you want to be able to build, but you're not there yet. So um, write some code. Write a little program to say hello and give it an answer. Write a program to um, uh, keep track of a to-do list. But learn more about how to store data so you can retrieve the thing. Get those principles down. Um, write code, write it whenever you think is good, and as you learn and go, people tell you how to make it better. People always tell you how to make it better. Get to building sooner rather than later. Videos only get you so far. Hands-on is where you learn. Exactly. Yeah. If they're rude about it, don't listen to them. Find the TVs to teach you things. Yeah. So it's it does worry me well it makes me happy that someone's watching videos and trying to write code. Crispy. That's what you should be doing. Um, it worries me that people are not as worried about the learning and more worried about the getting the result. And that's what I'm saying. Don't be tempted to use AI. Um, the end result is not there, and you'll need that skill set later. Um, hmm, sorry, thinking about something. So anyway, um, Tailwind, I think it helps. One of the things I like doing is, and let's see if I have an example. Let's see if I did it. No. So one of the things I prefer to do with Tailwind is if I end up with something like this, right? Um, then what I might do is create uh, dot metrics grid and then do apply, paste that there, and then put that as metrics grid for readability. So, especially in Angular, the way that Angular works, and Morning Mojo, by the way. Um, I don't know who's behind ads now, so I will remain quiet for a minute. Morning, Napalm. How's it going? Friday, rough day yesterday at hospital. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Long surgery, right? How the longer streams been going? You mentioned doing long ones. Um, well, I've had the week off work, so that's why I've been able to do some longer streams and get the streams in there, like I have. I've really enjoyed myself. I really wish I could do this more. Oh, should have been, couldn't be done. The cancer was too advanced. So sorry to hear that, Napalm. As someone who's been affected by that several times with family. Yeah. I lost my napalm clothes in the morning. Yeah, I wish I could stream like this all the time, where I could just pick up the stream and do 3, 4, 5, 6 hours or something like that. That'd be awesome. Last Friday I managed a 6-hour stream. I've done several 3, 4 hour streams this week. And yeah, it's it's a lot of fun. I enjoy hanging out and coding, and I know I'm not coding right this second, primarily because I'm really waiting for coffee. I've kind of procrastinated long enough that I have coffee. So one thing I wanted to say, telemetry. So talking about AI tools, I said the other day, I'm like, okay, let's get some telemetry in. What does that look like? So I started adding some pieces in. I was asking the AI, how do I do this? And it's like, oh, I would create a library like this. I don't know if I like this, but it makes sense because I need to track things through the actual application. Cinnamon spice. Yeah, I should make some coffee rather than order coffee, but ordering coffee is way quicker when I'm streaming. So what I did is I actually tried to put some metrics throughout some telemetry through the application to try and trace some of the behaviors I was looking at the other day. So in the receivers, I start an activity for the planning item receiver, and I add the tag planning item.identifier so I can track this planning item through here. I've yet to understand whether I'm missing something or what, because Afternoon Rumbling Geek. So I went into traces. Right, I was trying to understand what it is that, because the thing that was being described to me was, oh, well, look, it'll give you spans. But nothing I was doing was showing me spans. And I'm like, I'm not sure it is. So, like, if I edit this one, I think this one's got these status notification stuff on it. Liquid Sky, this window. That's Predator X stuff. So notifications, DBO tables, subscription parameters. One of them's got status. This one, subscription 1. Entity subscription planning item, EDE. So planning items, tables, planning items, EDE. Yeah, that's that one. So that's create team. So this one has just a status change on it. So if I go here and I say, oh no, that's now in progress, save that, right? The intention is, or what I would like to see, is that it would be cool if I could see, oh well, all this goes through here. You know, that'd be sweet. I could, right? So notifications, infrastructure receivers, changes in these are actually, let's do it this way. Let's reverse the timestamp. What? Okay, or not. whatever. Yeah, using service defaults, yeah. But the service defaults doesn't matter there because you've got to set up the actual sources you care about as well. And I didn't want to make that. That's not something. Maybe that does move to the service defaults, but the OpenTelemetry is configured with service defaults. But yeah. So you see, my thought was, well, hold on, I've got this tag, planning item. See the planning item identifier. I've got the tag. I know the trace. The source is the same, right? So what do I need to change? So there's a planning identifier. There's the trace ID is differently. That's probably why the span. But how do I continue to trace everywhere? So it made me realize that I've got some of the tools available to me, but I do not have everything. But that's still useful anyway, because now I've got a planning item tag on this thing, so I know exactly what happened in that trace. But yeah, it's something I'll need to grow into and get my head around how to use effectively. But my hope was that it was kind of going to give me some magic of, well, I'll see this tag, this source everywhere, therefore, yeah. So you can do, one thing you can do is I go to all, I go here, I can go source equals ls.planning items. Right. And I suppose I could, in theory, filters. Could do it that way. Right. So I could find all. Yeah, see that one, update planning item. So it's an idea. It's something that I need to learn how to structure properly. But again, it doesn't really change my opinion that basically these sorts of things, you need them to be planned. I want this to be deliberate. I do not want this to be some random junk hanging around. To be useful, like that is now useful. That says, okay, well, the planning item put that there, then the changes received it, and the notifications infrastructure received it, right? Which is cool. That does give me a lot more than I had before. But I think it has to be a deliberate design. I don't think there's any benefit in just jamming that in everywhere. And it's my opinion on logging, right? Don't write a lot of logs. Just don't. I don't want to see logger.log updating your thing, logger.log, this thing should work like this or whatever, right? It's just not, yeah. 2 seconds. So anyway, I think as I add more, if I use that activity again, or however I use it, it will give me more spans so I can actually see down into this thing and give me more traceability of that thing. That's the idea. I have to drop to find coffee and get to work. Thanks for stream. Apex, no worries. Thank you very much for the conversation. Appreciate it. Hope you have a great Friday, and I'll catch you later. So, what does it mean for today? Because I titled the stream on YouTube the other day using service bus and whatever. So we need to publish that release as well. Or I forget. I have found that, well, no, I've always known this, but recently more than ever, I have had more difficulty keeping myself focused on tasks. So, oh yeah, the release did go through, but it didn't go through. I remember this now. Draft new release. 0.0.6. Create a tag. Focus mode. Morning, Mars. Yeah, I've task switching. I don't have a really good way of handling my to-dos. I've tried all manner of things, but everything just turns into chaos very fast. So like I needed to go off and do the Saga publish before I forget about that, and that just sits there. The telemetry stuff, I put that in there because I wanted to be able to trace when I receive the planning item on the other side. Yes. I would emergency necessary deployment update get package and you get package created library updated to a suggested doesn't mean I need to unpublish 005, I think. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I can't, even if I use tasks, it's not going to help me because I'm just going to not pay attention to them. I'm not going to remember to use them in 50%. I'm not that organized. That's my problem. I've tried that. I've tried task lists. I've tried using tools like that. I just do not. Yeah. Like I'll use it for a stream or I'll use it for a day or whatever, and I'll be doing something else and I'll jump off and do something else, and the list is now completely useless. I've tried many ways of organizing myself over the years. It is detrimental to my it has been detrimental to my career growth as well. Because that disorganized nature doesn't lead itself to management. Okay, or lend itself to management, sorry. Let's get the headphones, blocking notifications, and coming up file. Yeah, but you don't get that option if you are. I don't get that option any day. I can be doing 5 different things at once, not by choice, by people like, oh, how's this doing? Where is this? How's this? Like when I go back on Monday, I've got to do a whole lot of documentation on logging. I've got to do a whole lot of documentation on other things. I've got a job to get running, right? How do I jump and prioritize and do all those things? So it is just the process. Begin introducing telemetry to the application stack. That's why I've written no code all week. Exactly. Receivers. This is all. Oh yeah, this is all organizing this to So I learned. So the other day, I was playing around with the styling of these things, right, and sorting them out a little bit more cleanly because I had a mix of different things, and I still need to go through all the services and do this. But I had one of these where it was just a host application builder here, and it completely broke this stack because whatever this creates isn't necessarily the host application builder, so it broke the stack. So I got into a big mess where I had to change way more than I intended. Switch configurations to use generic host application. Using the host application that way also avoids having to pass in configuration, because you can still get your configuration reference. So it's a cleaner design from my perspective. Is coffee here? Please tell me the coffee's here. It dropped off 9 minutes ago. I never got a ping. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Figured you would not want to see me eat a sandwich as well. Um, okay, let's go. Um, let's get some progress made on this thing. So, what is today? Today is meant to be getting the flow into the communication system. So we ended last stream with notifications publishing two communications. So that is notifications, receivers. So when a change is received, again, trying to use the telemetry as well. When a change is received, a process happens, and we determine if anyone needs to care, and then we kind of call the notify user of change. This was working at the end of last stream, so that won't be working when I try to use it now. So let's get these commits in for the again, this is another one where I reorganize the configuration. Set up. Let's do that. Get them out of the way. Okay, now let's just do that. Include. What theme is this for someone? For some reason, Rider is extremely saturated for me. The default theme. This is. I don't know what theme it is. How do I determine what theme I'm actually using? Dark theme. Apparently. Yeah, just dark theme. Welcome in, plus. Include telemetry components to help trace requests. So the reason I put this in now was because I realized that as I move towards this world of actual dealing with more distributed messaging, I'm going to end up wanting to put some more visibility into the process. So that's why I decided to just whack telemetry in post last stream. Again, the focus is very much on trying to get those events to kind of line up. So I figured, you know what, the best way of doing that is that. So let's get that work towards. So if you haven't seen it before, this is Liquid Sky. What I'm trying to currently do is get 1 second. Actually, you know what? I'll use the camera trick again because it's way smoother. I need to copy this, duplicate, coding display, quiet. And that one has no microphone and no camera. And I can just go quiet rather than just going BRB, because BRB turns people away as well. I realize that. And then we do. I realize this is not something I should be doing on a stream, but it's fine. Rows, columns 3. Scene. What this will allow me to do is go back and forth between, like, if I need to do something like turn around, I don't end up getting up and yeah. Quiet. There we go. Okay. So we can do quiet and then switch. Okay, and that should pull me back. There we go. Okay. Well, that. I got rid of a Stream Deck to use a touchscreen, so I can add as many buttons as I want on there, and it works perfectly. So anyway, I need to start up the box, so I didn't want to get up and mess around with that or go BRB for what was a few seconds. Okay, anyway, we're having a distracted day today. So what I need to do is I need to set up a consumer. The reason I started up the thing is because I need to see what the task list looks like. But I need to start up a consumer here for this event, and I need to start up a receiver here for this pipeline. Both those things will trigger in a Saga, which is going to be interesting because we've not used the Saga library yet, which is also why this needed to be updated. Again, if you are new to the stream or not, you don't have to be new, but if you are new to the stream, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to share. I'm happy to talk about stuff if you want to dig deeper into something. I know today has been a very distracted stream so far, but I will get in there. So I don't see any other option than the Saga. The reality is I could receive this one or this one first, and only when those two have aligned do I care about actually producing the communication, right? So I needed to go dormant and say, okay, well, you know, and I can use the same pattern. If I do it right, I can use the same pattern for scheduled events, because basically what I can say is, okay, well, if I use the for the scheduled ones, I could actually use the notification ID as the correlating ID, and basically when they get like store the list of IDs that they're processing in the Saga, and when the time expires, no, it'd still be dependent, but I could potentially do it. But when the time expires, it would do it. But I'm not actively monitoring these Sagas. These Sagas are passive, which kind of breaks that design. So anyway, we should have the system up. Liquid, let's go software. I shut it down the other day because of thunderstorms. Okay, so let's do some planning. Oh, we're down to negative 33.3% since last month now. I think I need to organize that a little bit. So subscribe to status on planning item is what we're currently focused on, right? So we were in progress of this one. So let's open our tasks view. Normally as a developer, this is where I want to be, right? I don't want to be in this view. I don't care about this view. I care about this because this is what I'm working on. So narrow the parameters by the tenant to improve performance. We did that. We changed all those things out. So now the subscriptions, the notification subscriptions are handled by that. Use parameters to further refine the notification requirements. We did that by going to notifications, application, processing changes, process planning item change, where we said, okay, should we send the message? And should we send the messages? Are there any parameters? If there are no parameters and it's just this field changing, then that's fine. Actually, that's not right, is it? Oh, yeah, that is right. That's perfectly right. Because if there's no parameters, I'm subscribed to this entity, which in the current UI version is not possible, but is feasible. It is possible from the actual code. Is there any matching parameters? So any parameters that match by name. Right now, that is a very, very much hard-coded a comparison. That is going to need refinement as we add more. I'm not going to worry about it for phase one. And then, is there a from and to? If there's no from and to, then if this is clearly changed because the change is there, then yes, we trigger it. If the from is not null and the values are the same, then we trigger it. If the parameter 2 is null, it confuses me. The ands and all the order of operations means this is feasible, but I don't like reading it without the parens. But you end up with another you could do this, right? Extract method, no parameters, right? No from and to. I'm not sure this doesn't start making it more confusing, but yeah. From that matches, but not to. Right. So I think that goes a little bit too far on the whole breakdown. However, the parentheses would help me read it. But anyway, the idea is to compare the values. So we got that working. If there are map probably didn't check the change event. Replace send to inbox with notify. We did this. Pass through the change event. Identify include identity. So if we go to localhost 15672, my apologies for the giant white screen, but RabbitMQ does not support dark mode apparently. And go to queues and streams, we can see nothing. Interesting. That should have triggered before. Oh well, I guess we live, we learn. Let's get here. Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. Because I made the change. I am the user that made the change, therefore that's not right. So we need to log in as someone else. We need to log in as who was it? Was it Jeffrey? It wasn't Jeffrey, was it? If you are the person that's making the change, why would you care about the notification? Who do we use? Andrew at my.com. That is why. So we go here, we go edit this, and we change that to ready for planning. Yes, we do. We should see a notification now. Um, oh, there you go. Notify user of change. I saw it up here. So there's our message. So that got there and said, oh, we need to tell this person this changed. So there we go. It is working. I need to remain logged in as Andrew, basically. I'm going to do that. So you do not see your own notifications, basically, if you trigger them. Okay, so with that done, this task is done. We now need to pivot a little bit because we need to introduce an API for that notification. Actually, let's go to something a little bit more in the system. If there is ever any part anyone wants to see of the code, if you're interested in a technology, obviously I title the streams. Hey RJ, how you doing? I title the streams on YouTube to try and show what I'm intending on working on. So I don't want to be necessarily clickbaiting the titles all the time. If there is a technology or a component that you actually would like to look at, especially if I'm working on the development anyway, then you're more than welcome to ask for specifics or whatever. So this one's going to be an interesting one, actually, because I didn't actually think this through exactly. So I need to record the changes no matter what, right? I need to record the change details, because if I'm going to trigger something based upon a schedule, then I can't, the data is not ephemeral. It needs to be stored somewhere. So as we get to this diagram, as always, as these changes or as these details publish, this system does need to consume them. Apologize for ads. Yeah, this system does need to consume them. And that's... and it needs to store them. So as of right this second, that shut down. Do any changes pending? We do not. Okay. I'm going to build all this on one branch. It's not really advised. Obviously, if I was working in a real environment, many of these things will be done as separate pieces. They could be worked on in parallel. Each one of them progresses, pushes the system forward. But for me to keep branching, doing PRs, merging, etc., is more of a nightmare. I'm testing the code all the time anyway, so I'm not panicked about building massive PRs, but it's not something I would advise. So in this communications component now, right this second, we have, do we have any sort of database? We have no database. We have no API. We're going to need an API eventually. Right now we have a consumer, we have no receivers. We need a receiver for Kafka. So consumer is MassTransit, receiver is Kafka. They're the same concept. So in Kafka, they are called consumers. I have just wrapped a behavior around it that I've referred to as receivers to differentiate the two components. So if you see a receiver, it is a Kafka consumer wrapped with some extra behavior to make it a little bit more easier to use. So I have no storage technology here. That needs a templating language of some form. But that's a separate problem. Now, communications here is a kind of a large piece. And ultimately, communications might encompass notifications and communications. Like, there's nothing stopping me from having multiple of these underneath one of these folders, right? So, let's have a look at that feed. So as I make that change before, I believe, so as I have a change, right, status in progress, whatever, there will always be a change detail. The change detail will always fire because it enriches the changes. It basically allows anyone consuming this to not have to consume the rest of the system, because it will tell you what happened, right? You do not need to have, I don't need to pull in planning items. I don't need to pull in other things, because I will expand this information. And where I don't have it right now, I will do. So you see this now enriches that change feed. So it looks almost identical, except we now have source user. So that change feed is more flexible. What I'm contemplating here is using Mongo for this one. I'm not going to pull in another NoSQL DB right this second. Mongo will suffice. The reason I'm thinking about Mongo is because then I don't have to mess around with too much detail. No database, only text files. What could go wrong? For this, it would potentially work. But I think I'm going to end up with the same problem I have with so when we publish pipelines, Stony, hello, good day. When we publish sorry. Pipelines, receivers, planning item receiver. This receives planning item. It determines it has changed. What? Oh, update handle a base. There we go. So that's why I've got a base class for this one. Receive it. We determine if it's changed. If it has, then because we might actually have the previous version anyway, because we need to pull it out of this. Yeah. Map the ref. So we go and map the values over, and then we update it. Oh yeah, because we're receiving the planning item. That's when we're capturing the data. So what this is doing, this update planning item piece here, is actually storing the actual data that I'm receiving, because obviously you need to be able to map these objects. So as you know, other things come along, there's going to need to be a lot more of these receivers for those things. I actually might end up doing some sort of consolidated consumer here, because maybe not, because each one of these is going to be its own task. It's going to create basically these services are going to have to scale out. Okay, so process addition, process update. So we have a planning item, a change. We have has it changed? Is it an update? Is it a create? We're not dealing with delete yet. And then we have these processes. So the idea being that we say, okay, go off to the processor based upon the item type and figure out enhance the changes, right? And then we publish back this event to the feed. Enhance, basically, in the item processor, we'll have an enhance, and it'll call, ultimately, it'll call this. And then again, there's these resolvers, and these resolvers can be included to resolve that field. So that property, when it gets this event property, it will go and use this resolver, and this resolver will say, okay, well, now I need to, because it has dependency injection, it will say, okay, go and fetch the user information for that object. Interestingly, the cancellation token, what? Okay, just, that's a refactor that's gone weird. I gotta fix that. I can't leave that there. I can't. Cancellation token should always be the last. That is a standard that I believe is very worthwhile having. Okay. In method. So ultimately what this does is it goes and fetches the actual user's information based upon what object we've got. If it's got it as an element, it'll go and get the values GUID, right? We're making some assumptions, but it's fine. And then it builds back those as user info and includes them as a standard type. So now this will resolve a user. So that done, we go there. So yeah, here we just build the user detail because we know the source user information. We've gone and pulled that. That goes into the header. So a detailed change event is like a change event, just again enhanced. It's got more detail on the user. It's got more information. Okay. I'm reacquainting myself with this because this library uses Mongo. Here I'm pulling the object out of Mongo still based upon its type. So step one of this is to get that saved. So this event needs to be saved. Now this event ID, I believe, is the correlating event. Unless that's not. So let's have a look. Let's just validate that actually. So those are the two event IDs. Topics. So if we go over to changes, that's the last event. So the event ID was A45. What? It's clearly not that one. What am I doing? A45. This matters very much that I line these things up, right? Yeah, that should be A45. I don't see A45 there. Let's go back and validate that piece. If those events don't line up, so as I publish that change detail and I've published the change, the notification system is going to forward that change event ID through, and that's what's going to line up that. So I don't mind it having its own unique event ID. I do mind it having completely random event IDs. That's bad. So process update. Result.identifier. Command. Okay. Receivers, changes receiver. Event.identifier. Oh, no. We don't pass it through. That's a problem for me. Oh, no, we do. Event ID, yeah. We pass in the event identifier, which we then pass forward as the source event ID. CDC04. Am I missing something? Am I missing a detail? CDC04 does not exist there. This is 100% event ID A458, right? Okay, I think we have to trace this one. It matters very much that I get these lined up. Otherwise, the entire system is completely just fragile. If I can't rely upon these values. Nice character encoding. Oh, yeah. That's because this is all. This is a GUID that's serialized. Camera derped out. Awesome. Oh, apparently that now closes. That should be better. Quite noisy today. That's because of this. That's a little better. Close XSplit to tray. You didn't really do that, did you? Okay, we're back. Yeah, the character encoding there is fine. I don't need the GUI. It's essentially this serialized. It's not necessarily the right way of doing this, but with Kafka, you are guaranteed that an object with the same key will always land in the same partition. So, which means that I can't get events out of sequence for that object. I can get events out of sequence if I multi-partition Kafka, but in that partition I will only get that message, apparently. That is the way I understand it from conversations with Confluent. Yes, Confluent. Okie dokie. So what we need to do here is I need a breakpoint here. And we need to change this again. Uh, and we need to change this to in progress again. We need to hope we hit that breakpoint. I like the things that Kafka and service bus and things give me. So I was watching one line stream yesterday with store procs and stuff. And I've had many discussions and on debates about store procs over the years. And I think my long-term issue with them is when people build systems with stored procedures. If you are a SQL expert, that makes sense. But most of us aren't. So I feel that it's the wrong thing to do to build things in the database and say that it's for speed. I realize that the way I develop software these days is I would have to worry less about those stored procedures, because the things that benefit and can use stored procedures more effectively could be in components of their own. The rest of this system is very much index lookups. It's not lots of searching. It's not lots of querying. It's in most of these cases so far, everything knows what it's looking for. This is the only thing that doesn't. And GraphQL does kind of dynamic queries anyway, so I'm not going to benefit from stored procs there. If I was building a reporting engine, then maybe stored procs are important or useful. But yeah, it got me into the reason I went there. I'm not attacking stored procs again. It got me into thinking about why the way I design software means that I'm less inclined to use those tools. And it has changed the way I build things anyway. So let's have a look at this. So our event ID, event identifier is 18327000071, 183. So if we go over here, go to topics, and look at changes, event ID EB13. What the heck has it got EB13? Command.event identifier. Am I serializing this wrong? Or deserializing this wrong? No, because the entire system would destroy itself if I was not aligning planning items, because I was deserializing things differently. Change details. But that's clearly wrong. Let me continue that one on, actually. So I can... Yeah, 100% is not the same. EB13. So am I publishing it wrong on the other side? So when I do the change... Well, no, the change is a change. It's a change. It's not... It's publishing that information. So pipelines, program, planning item, user change resolver, changes receiver, change event. Well, hold on. Hold on. Why am I referring to event ID there? What is event ID? Why am I... because this is an ID in terms of ID is the primary identifier, or a consistent ID across the system. So ID is technically the right phrase to use there, because it is the ID as far as Kafka is concerned. Either way, that's what I published, and then my details. I ended the program before I finished it. Awesome. Command event. See, I call it event identifier there as well. That's just confusing. It is event ID. Let's make sure I'm clear. If I'm going to use that terminology right through, then I'm source event ID. It is a GUID in this system. I'm back. Welcome back. Why does that? Oh, because that's matched off that. Yeah. In joke. I did not want to go chasing quirky data details. I wanted to get to the actual code, but this matters very much because I can't store that value. EB13. If it was doing that, you're on. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? How was the stream? Thank you for the raid. Does co-working streams. And tired. And hopefully he's going to do some more racing streams. And I have to get my PC sorted out so we can do some PC racing. Dr. Diggy, hello. Welcome in. Anonymous. Quite the intro. Some other followers. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we should do a race day someday. Get that PC sorted out. Yeah, it's more the temperatures in my room that I can't actually have my gaming PC on. Yeah, my music source just died. Oh no. Overlap is real. All those store procedure stuff is confusing me. To me, I just have a bunch of upsert statements for every table, super simple. Yeah. I just banned by Pirate Software, so now I'm trying to find new Mono.A stream development. Were you banned because of talking about the petition, and he's completely in a different camp? 27.6 Celsius right now in my office. Also the reason why I'm tired. Yeah, that'll contribute. Yeah. I mean, unless you're being particularly aggressive about it, I mean, having an opinion should be allowed. Staying far away from that drama. I don't know. It is. Yeah. Said what I said to you. Yeah, it's one of the challenges of especially in that size stream, having an opinion like that. They just think you're trolling automatically. That's as someone who has spent a long part of my life gaming, I see the benefits of trying to get them to not shut things down, being more clear about the lifetime, actually putting support in this. Yeah. All I know is that he went from 20k viewers to just under 5k. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of hype, right? So yeah. No worries. Well, I'm talking about development stuff, so it's fine. What I'm doing right this second is trying to figure out why identifiers are not matching on other sides. So we might have to open the Kafka libraries. Kafka Playground, Kafka Builder, Kafka Extensions. This window. Not that people here care in general, but pretty happy I finished a shader that renders mountains and lakes. And hey, feel that's always worth sharing. It's not about caring. It's about like I did something cool. And if ever you want to share them in the Discord or whatever, absolutely happy to take a look. Those pictures or whatever. That stream you did the other week with One Line was fascinating to watch. Like just how quickly things could change with a little bit. So that's really cool. So 395 characters, like insane. Sorry, I just took my glasses off so I can't read anything right this second. Apparently I smeared something on them. When the light is on, it really makes it, yeah. Make it open source, remove all license for music and images and say go make your own. If there's enough interest, it will happen. Otherwise, the game will die on its own. I mean, the reality is games, we are, especially these days, we are very much moving on to the next thing very fast. It's not like the old days when, you know, a big game released like every year, or every, and you just put it into the box and put it back in on your shelf or whatever. The online nature of games, there's a lot of people that get a lot out of it, and there's more than just the online aspect. It's just this idea of shutting the game down because you don't like the numbers, but when there's thousands of people potentially who are enjoying it, and have paid for it, but they pay for a license to access it, and that's what the argument, right? So I'm not getting into that. Overall, it is I believe in supporting things you produce for long enough for the majority to enjoy it, but then being clear about the lifetime. And if you're going to shut it down in 6 months or 8 months or a year, don't charge as much or change your modeling. Yes, online connectivity for single player games is absolutely ridiculous. I also think the game studios should focus on producing a more polished product the first time. Yeah, I mean, Battlefield used to do it, right? Like, Battlefield 2 was massive because private servers were like you could host, like you could extend those things, and the game kind of lived beyond what EA even needed to do back then. So yeah, there's lots of options, I suppose, but ultimately the only way we really solve that globally is by voting with our wallets, not buying games like that, etc. When I was a wee lad, I played Dota through Arena because my cousin didn't have Battle.net. Nice. Release the bare minimum for us to host servers, and us nerds will figure out the rest. Or don't worry about it being this massive graphical, amazing epic. Release a game with a story, and release them more frequently, and release them where they are not riddled with bugs and need day one patches. like change the way that the game development is done and improve the quality so we can have those single player games that we don't have to download. Like I realize that a lot of my game collection is modern era. So about 50% of my games are post 2007, right? Which means that realistically, a lot of them are actually not valuable in monetary terms, because if those servers that provide updates get shut down, or some of those games launched unplayable, they're a disc or they're a cart just for the sake of being a cart, and that's why I'm not buying a Switch 2. Nintendo have just said, yeah, it is a cart. All it is a license to download the game. So now Nintendo have completely embraced that concept, and up the price, which I find more infuriating. So I'm not going to do that. Valve tried with episodic content. The problem was how long it takes to do an episode, because people want graphics. I don't even need a story. I've been playing Solitaire all week. Collector's edition of Horizon Forbidden West. It's very disappointing to find no disc in the box. Oh yes, I have a large collector's edition Horizon Forbidden West box behind me that has not been opened for that reason. Yeah, Telltale did some good stuff with episodic content though. Yeah, and it's why indie games are more fascinating. I don't mind early access. Giving someone like $15.99 or $20.99 for early access to their game, and they keep working on it for 6 months, and I play the game for 30, 40, 50 hours. I've got my money's worth more than such. So if they shut it down and they don't finish the development, I've still enjoyed myself for that many hours. I feel that's a much more... I think that's why Valve is doing as well as they are still. Sorry, I'm trying to think. I am trying to think about where I need to go here, because what is happening is so let me go back to this. We know that this change event fired, and it had this event ID, or rather this change event. Yeah, this change event, and it had EB13. But when we saw it appear on the other side, our event ID was like 128 something. So why would that be? I don't understand. Kafka extensions deserializes. It takes the data as a byte span. If this was globally broken, then nothing would work. So let's go back here again. Let's put a breakpoint on the receiver. Change the receiver. Let's start it up again. I got the big Tremor and a tiny alloy scale. Alloy, sorry. I think Telltale's gone, unfortunately. Yes, they are. So I fear I never see Wolf Among Us 2. Yes. What did I get? I got the Horizon Zero Dawn collector's edition. That's in a box over there. The one for Forbidden West though was absolutely ridiculous. In terms of size. Yeah, PS4 and PS5 entitlements edition. That was frustrating. Yeah, $200, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, includes a steelbook case, includes digital content. Yeah, Tremor and Aloy statues, yeah. Yeah, I got it. So it's still in its box, and it does not seal very well, so it's not in really great condition either now. Not that it's worth anything because of the digital copies. Yeah. So anyway, let's put that there. Let's make a change to this again. I really need to do more with that. Thank you for the follow. I need to do more with the subscriber stuff. Like, I'm thinking I want to start like Discord streams up for people who subscribe so they can kind of do offline streams with more chat. Smoking, hello. How you doing? Munglow, welcome in. Hello. Okay, so there's our event. So our event fired, and we got event ID 659A2. Please be that I'm mapping something wrong. Nope, totally different. Event ID 79. What else is there other things that are the same though? So identifier FDF. Identifier FDF. Source user identifier 27. Why is that one different? It's the same. Occurred on. Yeah, 2:03 p.m. 2:03 p.m. Okay, now I'm really confused. So this GUID deserialized properly. This GUID deserialized properly. This GUID deserialized properly. This one just made it up as it went along. What? No, that doesn't work that way. Huh? That is clearly not 659, is it? I wonder if I'm not storing it or I'm not deserializing it somewhere. I published it. But it's an object. It shouldn't matter. There's nothing I do in it differently. So you join me trying to figure out why my event ID is not correlating. So I'm about to introduce a process that basically relies upon that event ID matching between these two things. So as my change publishes, my notification system picks that up. And as that notification, actually, we should go check to see RabbitMQ, right? Because RabbitMQ should have the same things. Notify user of change. No, that's the one from before. I shut it down before I got there, didn't I? Oh, that should be that. Tenant identifier 405. Where's that one from? That's the 1322 one though. That's that one. Even that was wrong. So what am I doing weird there? So either way, what I'm trying to do is I've got to make that event ID correlate, because as the change publishes out to pipeline needs to publish the source event ID back out with it. And the notifications needs to publish the event ID that triggered it, so that those two things can correlate, and then we know, oh, this notification was triggered because of this event. Oh, this is the details of this event. There we go. Let's send the user a notification. So that's the why there. I'm just not understanding why that doesn't. The other, if it was a GUI serialization deserialization problem, the others would have the same problem, but they were all accurate. So why is this one not happening? Unless I've got a naming convention problem, and that's just making it up as it goes along. So change event has this. Oh, hold on. Oh no, we didn't even see event ID is new GUID. I don't feed event ID in. Default change event. Oh, I hate these. I hate these sorts of problems where I just have to wrap my brain around several different moving parts of data. It takes me ages to sort these things out because I lose focus on what I'm looking at because I've got that many. Again, I've got that many identifiers moving around here that I'm not sure. But that's the problem. This is the actual problem. It's the actual mapping here that's the problem. So ultimately, if you look, I'm not passing in that event identifier. I'm just creating a new one. So if I'm deserializing it, I'm going to create a new GUID. Well, I don't know what to draw out. And again, this comes back to me like my to-do list. This is as good as I can do with drawing in terms of the way I think about the problem. So drawing it out isn't going to help me because I don't visualize in that way. But this should be deserializing this object. It doesn't construct it when it deserializes it. Nope. So in this context, the amount of information I have to give it to tell it what that actually means is requires me to scan my project. I can't give it that. Yeah, see, that's why I have the change event as that. Yeah. No, I'm not using agent mode. So that's why that is there, because I need it when I produce it. But does that mean it creates it every single time? No. We kind of started the stream talking about AI Rambling Geek, and I've been doing some offline stuff, and I'm trying to organize my thoughts and opinions on those things that I'm going to put together soon. I will say I will not use agent mode in all but the most controlled scenarios. In this event, I'm not sure what I'm asking because I've got to figure out the flow of the data. So I am not going to trust a tool that has no idea how it's meant to work to infer how that works. So yeah, I've been recording some content. I've tested a few different things, and I do have some feedback, but you will not see agent mode take over my stream. That's for certain. Like you can see, Claude is up here, right? So I have been using it. I've been testing with it, but I will not use it, and especially not for this, because it's just too much for it to get confused with. And the context, if I understand the context, I've got the problem. I've got the solution anyway. So it's for me to figure that out. So it looks very much like it's giving me a new GUID every single time I do it. But the reason I have that GUID on there is so that I get this. Change event triggers with entity type, identifier, change type, tenant identifier, source user identifier. It calls default constructor on default change event, which has an event ID at its base. This is the unique identifier of the entity. This is kind of the key of the entity, right? And this is this event ID. Technically, that should go up there. This is not where I wanted to be today with this, if I'm honest. I want to be further along with this, but this matters. So when it's consuming it, when it's deserializing it, it doesn't deserialize its value. It creates a new GUID. So if I put set on there, does that change the behavior? Because with this, but again, it wouldn't. The set isn't going to change anything there. Because, stop. That wouldn't change anything. Because look, the other GUIDs on there were perfectly fine being deserialized. The only difference is they're coming from the constructor. But they're not known. That's not how deserialization. Here's how we're going to do this. Let's validate if that behavior is even occurring. So let's take this. Sadly, this is necessary because I can't avoid doing this. I need this to work. I need this to be consistent. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. It's returning because it was giving me a new GUID. Now the behavior is looking like that, but let's change type. That doesn't matter. So if we do, okay, so let's do var source user identifier equals GUID dot new. Actually, GUID dot parse. Uh, 10. Generate me some GUIDs. I need consistency. Var tenant identifier equals GUID dot parse. Var. What else do I have as far as identifiers go? Source user identifier, tenant identifier, identifier. parse. What's that? Okay. So we're going to create var change type equals I'm going to create it like we do this change event, right? We're going to do planning item. Entity identifier. Entity identifier, there is identifier, so that's fine. That's going to be identifier. Doesn't really matter. And this is going to be tenant identifier. This is going to be source user identifier. And then that's going to be an empty array. Change. Oh. Event. Okay. There's our event ID. That's going to change every time, right? The second on the first pass, that's fine. But we have an object. Okay, so now let's do var serialized equals JSON serializer dot serialize event new JSON serializer options. Where are you? I always forget this one. I don't know why I always forget this one. Property minimum policy equals camel. And then let's do serialized dump. There you go. There's our serialized object. And now let's reserialize that. So we kind of need it there. Var deserialized. That's JSON serializer dot deserialize serialized. Let's change event actually. I think it's something to do with that abstract change event, sorry. Deserialized dump. Deserialization for type was missing required properties. Let's get rid of the required there and not worry about that one, eh? Okay, so it definitely works that way. Interestingly, nothing else worked. So hold on, let's get new JSON serializer options. Actually, I think we just should be able to copy that. Yeah, there we go. That's why. It uses new ID every time. Interestingly, nothing else worked. I have to remember this is so fitting. Yeah. So there we go. There's proof. That's how it's behaving. So how do I fix that? It's kind of a fundamental problem, isn't it? So when it deserializes, it's not deserializing the abstract base properties properly, but it is, because all of them are in the abstract class. It doesn't deserialize that though? How do I make it do that? Because I need the new GUID there by default, because I don't want to have to specify it every single time. And if I use new GUID anywhere else, it's going to do the same behavior. So what design change do I need to make here for this to work? Also, oh yeah, that's because these are set after, they're not part of the header. That's fine. Actually, a curdon, does a curdon do the same thing? A curdon 1421. No, a curdon, this works. Because that's it serialized as 142157 and deserialized as 1421. I don't pass in a curdon there, so why does this behavior differ? Well, I might not be making much progress on the code, but I am certainly learning more about .NET. So the event ID is clearly different, right? Sorry, I realized as I was saying that then that the stream doesn't get to see that in quite as high def as I do. So these deserialize fine. They work fine. But it's like it's creating the object from the constructor. Mr. Anhorn, 70 months. I knew we were close, but holy moly. That's... Oh, wow. We've been doing this a long time, right? Yeah, if I go much longer, if I go, actually, yeah, streaming will be pretty much the second longest thing I've ever done in terms of work stuff. Okay. Well, now you're here. Can you explain this? You've done a lot of this, like deserialization stuff. Why do I get date time deserialized from my JSON, but I get a completely different GUID, so this behavior takes over, but this one doesn't? Am I just being dumb and missing something about my setup? Why does that behave differently? I don't have the option of customizing deserialization for this either, because it's done for me in other layers. I don't have, without building in some extravagant ability to set up deserialization on entity types, which is completely not the path I was going down for the stream. But so this is the way this is working is I'm getting an object, I'm setting some identifiers, and I have this change event, which is it sits on top of this default change event, right? At this point, I'm not sure why, but we'll get to that afterwards. Probably because I did want to extract richer changes eventually. Because initially I was planning on going through this in quick succession, and I kind of stepped away and did some other stuff, UI based. So we have created our new change event. We don't care about the changes. Then serialized it. So this is what this is. And you can see event ID is CF583399, right? And then when we deserialize it, it gives us 9D57133C. So it's using new GUID, right? But the date time that it's serialized is the date time it deserializes. So I don't understand why that is not working. unless that is a .NET quirk or a serializer quirk. So to Rambling Geek's point, this is probably a time where asking Claude something is probably useful. I think AI actually got added in here. Or was I dreaming? I'm pretty sure he started experimenting with adding tools in here for AI. Yeah, I gotta pull that in. That's fine. No, I don't care about your deeper answers. Chats, new chat. Let's see what it tells me. When and I'm doing it off screen because it doesn't really, it's just a search, it's fine. When I serialize an object of the following type, deserialize it, the event ID property. To compile, treat them differently because it's method and a property, so it makes the backing field differently. So many things just happened at once. Missed the last 5 minutes. No worry, Mr. Anhorn. I don't think. Well, it's not. It's. I see what you mean. As in, it's a property. UTC now is a property, whereas that's a method. Maybe. Sorry, the event ID property is being recreated, but I want it to be deserialized. Consistent. The issue you're encountering is that your event ID property has a getter that always gets a new GUID. So during deserialization, instead of just using the serialized value, it's generating a fresh GUID. Make it. Right. That fixes it. But watch this. Or maybe not. Maybe that will work. That seems illogical, though. That seems like someone's going to come along and go, oh, look, let's make it get only. Let's fix it. And it'll break everything. Again, someone comes along with different tools, that gets removed. But it at least shows intent. It shows it's deliberate. That is an interesting thing. So initially I said, let's try making it settable. But then I stopped myself from doing that because then I was like, well, this works and these work. These don't have setters. So that's the... So you can use init. Allows the property to be set during object construction. You can use a private setter. So I could do private set. That doesn't work. So it's just completely made that up and that answer up. So init so far is the only one that does work. Right. Constructor-based approach. That's quite the if you want to be more explicit about when the event ID is generated versus provided. So the final suggestion there is basically this, where we go over here and we change our default change event. Sorry. Yeah, default change event. And we take away. That's messy and doesn't continue what. Yeah. So basically it's saying do that. And then it's an implicit, it's a more intentful behavior, I suppose. Not sure I'm a big fan of that one. So again, when I'm doing that sort of thing, I'm always thinking about how's someone going to read that? How's someone going to do that? So when it's comments, again, that bugs me because this works fine. Like, actually, why is this not a problem for occurred on? As that sets. Oh, actually, hold on. It does the same thing. It's just because it's happening so quickly in my example. So I actually am missing timing. Speaking of what's fine, the Sprock issue was fixed with one word change. Oh, what was it? So, again, I think what we need to do here is that. So, execute as user, execute as login. Okay. So within context of that database it's in rather than no context to the actual server. The use is it login is the yes, login is for the server. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I was getting there. So I made the comment the other day, no pun intended, that comments should be few and far between. And they should not be used as documentation. Documentation and comments are different things, right? This is one of those scenarios where I'm going to put a comment in here because I don't see any way of describing the behavior. Yes, there's a deliberate disable it so it doesn't kind of automatically clean it up. That's intentful. But that init will allow it to deserialize properly without defaulting to new GUID, and that will give me my consistency that I'm lacking. That's a lesson. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these two together. Init is required for deserialization. Without, it will use the, it will right. So there's no way of describing that, to my knowledge, in any other way than that, right? So the comment is the only way I tell someone looking at this code in the future, oh, that's why that's disabled. That's why it's got an init on it. It's the deserialization behavior that's the problem. Now we make an explicit commit. uh, would uh, so I don't have an option there in terms of doing that. It's necessary. I need that ID to be consistent across those things. I like it when people text me hello. It doesn't make me worry at all that they're trying to scam me. I just think they're being nice. Unless it's my wife, in which case I understand why she's saying hello. Okay, what did I change here? Yeah. Event ID is intentional. The funny thing, it's an ID in terms of the system that it's in. But it is the shared thing, so it's kind of an identifier anyway. But that's the sort of thing if I was working on it with you, then we'd we'd talk about how we wanted to name that so that we could be consistent, right? If we wanted to name it identifier, but I've named it ID everywhere else, so I keep getting invited to dinner parties. That's nice. That seems far too social, though. So, so Rambling Geek, if you're still there, you said, "Hey, use AI, use agent mode or whatever," right? I dismissed it. I dismissed it because I didn't understand what was going wrong enough to understand how to describe it, and I didn't want it guessing at stuff, right? Which it will do, especially with the large context of Liquid Sky. It's going to guess at things because I'm not narrowing it onto that thing. So what I did there was, in my mind, the acceptable use of AI. I went to drive into where I thought it was an issue. I identified that it was an issue. I didn't understand correctly how to fix it, and I used it to learn from. And I think that's where AI can speed us up a lot more. As experienced developers, not necessarily as newcomers, but a newcomer wouldn't have hit this point. Event ID is intentional. It's the correct term for I am finding that using more agent mode stuff and using more AI in general is turning me into like I'm collaborating all the time. Okay, let's get that done. So let's move this on quickly. So I watched a video yesterday. I'm just going to divert while I'm moving this around. Clayman, thank you for the shout out. I watched a video yesterday, so I don't know if you know him, Barry Lewis. He's a food YouTuber. He's funny. He basically started his YouTube well over a decade ago now, just to learn how to cook. And he just continues to do crazy things. And he made a mac and cheese yesterday that was viral mac and cheese, and then decided to improve it. And I'm actually tempted to try it. I don't like mac and cheese. I find it too. It's not the cheesiness; it's just the sliminess of it. And yeah, the texture just puts me off. But he made a mac and cheese, and it looks absolutely delicious. So, if you find Barry Lewis on YouTube, I recommend watching some of his videos because some of the food he makes is incredible. He tests all sorts of gadgets and things like that as well. So we're now going to need to create a receiver. Actually, probably should validate that we get exactly what we expect now, right? It's probably worthwhile validating that I didn't break anything there. Okay. I don't think it's probably going to end. Okay, so let's go and test this. So we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to put our breakpoint in our pipelines. Yes, pipelines receivers. I hope that pop filter did at least some of its job there, because that was loud. We're going to go and change this once more. Actually, we're going to change that back to refresh because that grid is annoying. If anyone has any questions, if you're in the stream and you're wondering what the heck is going on, you're more than welcome to ask. I do not mind the distraction. I do not mind talking about stuff. What I'm trying to figure out right this second is making this consistent with what this is going to produce. And actually, notifications would have had the same problem. So the notifications that were being produced were probably incorrect. So at this point, I need to edit this, change this to in progress. Let's change this just to test that functionality out, because, you know, why not be overly ambitious, right? And what's going to happen is this should kick in a second. We should get that event, and we should be able to go and see that change with the same event ID occurring on its side. And that means this will forward that event ID as a source event ID. And we now have that to tie up with. Eventual consistency is a challenge. Type of thing, or is it about 3 days? I'd like to have a one-on-one with you if both of us happen to be in a position where we'd be okay with using that time for that. Just also asking, do you think you'd be able to talk for 5 minutes-ish? Yeah, anytime you like. Yeah, ping me on Discord and yeah. And it can happen way sooner than 3 to 4 months. Anytime you want. I will, as long as I'm at the computer and I have time, we can sort that time out. Event ID 087802. Fingers crossed. Otherwise, I'm flipping the table and walking away because I'm clearly bad at this. Event ID 087802BE. Yes. Okay, there we go. For anyone wondering why that mattered, it's because I need this event here, right? So this event here has to have this source event ID on it. So this has its own unique event ID. That's fine. That is exactly what I intend for the system. Or So this event ID here is intentional. This one has to have its, its uniqueness. This is the identifier of the object it's referring to. This source event ID is the thing that triggered this thing, right? That's what I want. So that lines up with this event. So now I can trace a detail back to a source, right? With that done, and by the way, that was demonstrating the fact that that behavior still works. So it actually enriches this data. So even though the source event, which I should probably just not stop, I should probably stop moving around on, the source event said, okay, assigned user changed, right? For the notifications, that's all the notifications needs. It says, oh, the notification. I care if the assigned user changes. We're going to trap the GUID in the notification system anyway, and it's going to compare that. But if you're consuming the data of this, you shouldn't have to consume every single part of the system to be able to say what changed. So I could actually, give you a feed of this data, right? I could do, if you want just the changes as fed out, I could interpret this and stream that out to you as its own thing, so that you just get these things have changed all the time. Right, we can see it says before and after, and it enriches that data and gives you the user details, the email and the name of that person. This is a GDPR nightmare because I'm going to store this, right? So at a later point in time, we are going to have to do a forget me sort of behavior, and that is not going to be fun because that is going to have to go through everything. And I do have a worry about this sort of data because this data is transient, right? I don't know if it exists at a point in time in here. So what do I do? So, but we're going to face that problem much, much later because we're not at the point of GDPR yet. So our changes detail fires. As part of that, what should have happened is we should have had another RabbitMQ message. And that should also have on it, that's the first one, isn't it? Messages to, that should have it on it. There we go. There's our event identifier. So you see that's now consistent. Kafka and GDPR is horrible. Best to avoid sending GDPR values via Kafka and just send IDs. Yeah, not possible. Not possible. The likelihood is what I'll do is I'll make the streams that are carrying that sort of data short-lived and not have a 2-week retention period on them because it doesn't matter. These can be within a day. So I can control that data. Having a person make service. Not quite. But I'm streaming the data of the system, and to have that work, I need to have that be able to carry that data, right? So it's going to carry the user emails and names. No. No. I'm not building interdependency between services like that, so it doesn't, yeah. I get what you're saying though. If I had an API available to me that provided that information, then I'll only have that information in one place. But the changes and stuff that I produce do kind of require that. So yeah. So what I'll do is I will lower the retention period of the Kafka streams. So they are very short-lived in terms of that, and because they don't need to be long-lived. They don't need to. I don't need a 2-week retention period on these Kafka streams. I only need that on anything I produce that's kind of, yeah. So, but that's for another day. That is definitely for another day. As long as I implement the ability to forget me, that's for me to deal with. Passing IDs around the system, mostly I do pass IDs around, but in certain scenarios, I'm in this case I'm enriching that data. All I would do is I'd empty that. I'd reset that queue or that topic, so I'd remove all personal data of everyone. Uh, yeah. But that being said, um, being that I want to partition eventually by tenant, it gets a little simpler because the only one that could actually say forget me is the tenant, right? Because the users that are signed up in that system are employees of that organization. So the a purge of a user from the system is unlikely because you want historical data. Um, I see this in Jira all the time. It still has the names and emails of the people that no longer work there. It keeps them forever. So it might not be as much of a concern if it's a public site that you say, "Hey, what do you have? What information do you have on me?" I think it's a different expectation. But again, that's for researching another day. I'm not going to bog myself down with that sort of behavior right this second because that's not going to help me move this platform forward. Also, I don't like the idea of having services that other services depend on to do their jobs. I think that's a challenge. It's a deployment challenge for certain. It's a so there will not be an HTTP call or any sort of hey, I know about this between these things. That's a deliberate choice in design. It's relative normal to have such dependencies. Okay. Normal by my standards? Normal by someone else's standards. Normal because of a different design. There's no industry standards. Let's be honest. That's a myth. Industry standards. No. Which industry? Right. I am my standards. There's patterns that appear, but yeah, industry standards. No, I don't. I actually am trying very hard to test that theory in terms of the way that the systems are built. I was going to say architected, and I don't like that word because it sounds pretentious. The way the system's designed and built. When you have multiple microservice instances, etc., and resilient patterns, it's also not a problem. Yeah. The way that this is designed is that a service that needs data can consume the data it needs, right? So transform pipeline consumes data from planning, from tasks, from whatever it consumes to be able to enrich the data to feed out an enriched pipeline. Yes, it's storing that data again, but that is not data it owns. There is a source of truth for that data, and it uses that. It doesn't go and say, oh, by the way, can I have this from planning? Can I have this from tasks? Can I have this from attachments? Because if any one of those services is not available, or that's down for maintenance, or that's been upgraded and we're waiting for this to finish or to be in a state where we can bring it down, then it could break the data. So I am very much of the opinion I do not want to create any dependency between any service and another service in terms of point in time. Yes, it can be dependent upon the data from the service, but that's eventual consistency, right? That's the nature of that beast. So I will eventually get the data I need. So everything I build has to be built around the concept of, okay, well, I will get the data, but I might not have it now. So I have to hold off and wait until I can produce this thing, or I have to wait until I can make a decision. It's why this effort of this is more challenging than it potentially could be, but it will work. And that's actually another problem I have with, going right back around to the AI tools is, are they shiny? Or are they tilted on my face? What is wrong with my glasses today? I have bent the arm. I don't change my glasses. And actually, that's made me very conscious now of the fact that they are dirty. And I don't have a cloth. Where's my cloth? Oh, what's wrong with my glasses? Oh, the coffee has not helped. I still feel very tired. So anyway, yeah. I don't have interdependencies between these services, and I kind of like this. It does feel very nice to me. But it does mean that some things are a little bit more difficult than others. Okay, so we get to the point of pipelines require, not pipelines, we need to store that now. So we might not be able to finish this right this second. Why can I not hear anything? Dawned on me, I can't hear. I can't hear anything. Everything's gone dark. That works. Okay. So we fixed the consistency problem. We have the event ID that is now, so basically this publishes this command to service bus, and it says, hey, by the way, this notification occurred, and it has with it the event ID that triggered that notification. So every single change that happens will trigger the notification. It's not like you wait for these things. If it matches the parameters, it's going to send the notification. In the pipeline is going to say, enrich this change and now publish this information with its source event ID. That's going to provide the data necessary to produce the communication, because you're looking for a specific thing. I don't need to record every single piece of the planning item, every single piece of the other things, right? It just needs the data from the changes. So the enriched changes will produce that, and now I can create a communication that says, oh, by the way, this planning item transition to this, you care about this, this planning item changed from X to Y, or the user that's attached to it changed from Bob to Jim, because again, we have the enriched changes, the change detail that contains that information, right? So it say, oh, it was Jeffrey and now it's Dominique, by the way. So you told us you cared about the assigned user being changed, right? That's the intent here, right? So this also gives me point in time. If I go and change my username now, it doesn't matter. This is what it published as. So it publishes that. So you also have that point. If I had an API that turned around, it could get different values, etc. So, because right now it's going to do it in real time. Later, it will do it on a schedule. It could be, I want a weekly email of all the things that have changed on planning items. Or on this initiative, I want all changes that have happened summarized and brought to me. And we'll go down that path even further later on. But yeah. So this started as, okay, well, I've got communications. There's consumers here. So this consumer consumes the send user registration invitation. I don't want to pivot to the consumer for the record change details. So that's the consumer for that notify user of change. I can set that up, right? Create the consumer for the command, build the handler if we have no recorded change detail for this change, and start a saga. I think we just record a saga all the time. And if we have that data, we just validate it and say, yeah, we're completed, by the way, and we publish this message. I think that's a safer way of doing that. But in order to produce accurate notifications, we need the details of the actual change. I think we need to work on this one first. but it involves a little bit more than just, that bug is annoying me. We need to create a receiver, which doesn't exist. So we're going to have to create receivers library, create and configure. So this was a grossly overestimated piece. Underestimated piece. I put 2 on it. It's not a 2, it's more 3 or 5. Create receiver for change details, record the change details, including the event identifier. That's what we needed to do all that stuff for before. Use later to align with the notification change. So we do that. There's a bug where if I click off it and click back, it won't work. And it's present in other screens as well. So I'm not sure why, what pattern I've used there that does that. So now, so we don't need Kafka extensions. Let's close that one down. We'll create the project. We'll start with that. Source. It is a console library actually. Communications, infrastructure, receivers. Technically, this isn't infrastructure. This is more presentation because it's kind of like an API. It's just an aspect on the outside. So it's less infrastructure and more. I may change that later on. It's a label. It's not going to hurt anything. As long as I understand what it is, it doesn't matter. It might not be pure clean architecture, but if anyone could show me what pure clean architecture looks like, I'd be impressed. As an implementation. So again, receivers and consumers are the same thing. I just use the word receivers for Kafka pieces and the word consumers for service bus pieces. So that's why that is. Let's finish up by doing this part. I think this is probably the more practical way of doing this. So we're going to need hosting. And what does that do if I have product, if I have package management, what's it called? Centralized package management, whatever it's called. What does this actually do? Does this still include it and just doesn't include the version? Yes, okay. Package references, okay, so it is using the same technique. Phew. Okay, so we're going to have configuration. We're going to have receivers. And we're going to have, it's going to be very, very much the same. Right? Change detail. Right, and that's going to be, we're going to need some extra pieces in here. So let's go and have a look at what we extend down here. I'm just trying to speed this up a bit. Again, this is another area where I actually think that if I can get the patterns in place, this is something that I could actually help, that AI can definitely help me with. An agentic AI as well, right? Because this is a lot of rinse and repeat. This is a lot of, I need the structure in place. Frank, hello. Welcome in. You finished before me. Hope you are well. Hope your stream went well. I was lurking. What'd you get done today? But yeah, as I was saying, this is where I think that agentic AI is definitely useful, because there's a lot of, the bigger this system gets, the more inconsistencies there are in how I set something up. So if I can structure it, and I am going to experiment with it, I promise. I am going to structure, like, here's a service, create me a service. Yeah, I lurk while streaming, yes. Yeah, I try to join into streams all the time. As long as you hit the little mute button on the tab and not on the stream, it counts as a view as well, so it helps. So there's definitely a lot of inconsistencies that are going to creep in. So if I can say to an agentic AI, hey, could you create me a new library in this package for receivers, and can wire up Kafka and wire up MongoDB for me, it's saving me time. I understand what it's doing. I've repeated the pattern multiple times. It should be consistent, and it will help me avoid that inconsistency. Yeah. I lurk while working, while streaming while lurking. Yeah. So welcome in. If you have not been here before, I am building a large distributed system because it's fun and I like challenges like this. I'm currently working on the ability to tell the user what it's not going to work because it's trying to load the object. Yep. What changed, and I'm starting with status, so the user is able to subscribe to changes on a thing, is the goal. What I've been going through this morning is a little bit of challenges with serialization, deserialization, learn some things there, and so I'm trying to align the stars to give me the information I need to say, hey, you want an email, here's an email, this thing changed. And ultimately the outcome of this is going to be very disappointing, because it's going to be an email that says, oh, the status changed, by the way. It's like, wow. That's it. Thanks. But we'll get there. But if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to share, ask, etc. There is a Discord link to this stream. If you are interested in continuing any conversations off stream, if you want to ask questions about your own stuff, or you want to share your own projects, I highly encourage you to go into the Discord and share things. It's cool to see other people achieving things. Doesn't mean, we all work on different things. We all have different ideas and different designs. And I think that's always great to share. It's what makes a community great. So you're more than welcome to join the Discord and hang out. I do hang out there quite often in voice chat, if anyone is down for chatting. No guarantees on the content of the chat. It could be completely random. Okay, so we're here in notifications. This is going to be a receiver for change detail event. Change event receives that, and then is it just change event? No, because the detail change event is an iChange event anyway. Yeah. Detailed change event receiver. Right. Okay. Let's give me another dilemma. Just started my first actual work project in Writer on Mac. Nice. Nice. Things have been suspiciously straightforward so far. So I have a Mac Mini, and I have I work on Mac for work. So using Rider on Mac is not something that's necessarily scary to me. What I'm going to do is, towards the end of summer, once the weather's cooling down, I'm going to put some rewards in there that basically say for redeems and stuff, going to be high point redeems, but basically switch, right? So switch your development environment to a different environment. So I'm going to have to work towards getting, and the reason I'm going to do it when the weather cools down is because I need to run multiple machines, and I'm currently using about 13 amps running an AC unit. I only have a 15 amp breaker, so we're very close. Yes, But what I want to do is I want to allow people to see I can switch workflows, continue the same workflow, continue the same development, switching to a different box entirely, right? I can just do that. And that's kind of what I want to do. But I'll need to set up SSH and get my development environment pushed off of this machine to be able to achieve that. Or this becomes the machine I SSH into, but however I do it. Because I have a lot of Dockerized stuff running on this machine as well, so it's a bit of a setup. Not quite sure how to do it, but I want to set up a Linux box and a Windows box and a Mac. I actually have a separate Windows mini PC as a backup, just in case the weather gets super hot and I want us to stream still. A 45 watt mini PC is way better than a 850 watt dev PC. My biggest issue may be that all my co-workers is using Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. Yeah, possible, but I'll resist. It was very tempting to say something sarcastic about Visual Studio. I'll resist. Okay, let's get these other libraries involved. Okay, so we need TBD develop. I need to consolidate these into something. I'll pop up in your Discord as John Magnet. Oh. Yeah. General attention span problems. Yeah. I bought a first mini PC and I love it, so I bought a second one, but I didn't notice it was single RAM threaded, so it's not as great after as a server after all. Yeah. So I have now 1, 2, 3. I have 3 mini PCs and a Mac Mini. The Mac Mini is still the smallest out of all of them, by the way, which is insane and probably the most powerful. So I have two. I have the one. So Liquid Sky. This is running on a 6900HX Ryzen mini PC with 32 gig of memory. Right. This is running. So when I expand these, by the way, these are actually loading. That's delayed loading, right? If you watch me do that on my dev PC, you'll see the loading spinner every single time. So this is running SQL Server, MongoDB, Redis, Kafka, RabbitMQ. I've got the telemetry tools on here as well. And it's running all 16 services plus the front end for Liquid Sky and the control tower. So 17 services. Yeah. Smaller, but also more expensive. The Mac Mini, no. Mac Minis are actually pretty cheap. Compared. So I spent $650. No. Yeah, $650 for the mini PC with an 8845HS and 64 gig of memory in it. So okay, specs wise, it was a good buy. The Mac Mini was $600 with 16 gig of memory, but it's a Mac Mini as well. If you're fine with the base, they're great. Upgrade can quickly clear your budget. Yeah. But honestly, the new Windows Mini PC I got is quite a beast in terms of its processing ability, and with 64 gig of memory, it's pretty good. I would love, if you're going to buy a mini PC and you want decent performance, you want to look at the Ryzen 9 AI HX 370, I think it is. The 340 and the 350 there as well. but the 370, I have a gaming portable that runs that, and I can play Doom 2016 on it at over 100 frames a second with everything set to mid-high. It gets hot, but for a 10-inch tablet screen, it's pretty impressive. So if I was going to spend some decent money, I'd spend $1,000 on a mini PC like that, because those things are, you can game on them, and they are performant. So anyway, let's get these in here. So this is kind of where I think the agentic stuff would significantly help, because what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to use these. I need these. Can you do this yet? That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome if I could do that. Yeah. We need... I'm not decided on storage technology yet. I got an Intel NUC 11 Panther Canyon mini PC, and the second one is camera GK3 Plus mini PC. But that second was only $200. Yeah, $200 for browsing the internet, for doing basic... If you're doing remote code as well, if you've got, like I'm saying, I want to set the stream up so that you can do a redeem and say, switch to Mac, switch to Linux. And I want to prove that once those environments are configured, it's absolutely transparent. I just switch the screen. So I think I'm gonna buy a second Zowie box, because they are a really great investment. And basically just switch the process and say, look, there you go. I'm in Mac. I'm in Linux. I know Fritz has done that sort of stuff, but I need to get one machine set up so that I can host things, because databases and things like that. Single thread would be amazing, but not for yeah. You're not gonna do much with that $200 mini PC, but it is still good. Okay, let's do that. That should detailed. Change event receiver. That's that. That's that. You're an event receiver. And reference projects. And implement that. Okay. So again, a receiver is a Kafka consumer wrapper. So when I say receiver, I basically mean Kafka consumer. I've just put all the stuff around figuring out which topic you're subscribed to, what this event is subscribed to, etc., in a library, and wrap that up so that it dispatches this command or this event to this thing, so it can actually pick it out. So it just cleans it up. It also has an override for delete. So a delete is in Kafka is normally signified by an event with a key and no value, no data in it. So this will actually handle the delete scenarios. So I can actually deal with, oh, you said delete this thing. Okay, I'll remove it. So that's the Kafka thing there. What are you complaining about? That's fine, because you don't need that. Now let's refine to this and get those namespaces adjusted. Yeah. So I watched a video the other day on MCP, and I'm not sure I came out of it understanding any more than just jam some tools together and it does magic things. So I really need to go back and watch it. Just gotta find that time. Okay. Sorry, I just got distracted by something, as is common for me. So app settings wise, We don't need MassTransit in this one. We do need Kafka. So this one has got MassTransit and Kafka in it because it publishes, it sends to MassTransit, right? I've got to do a whole security pass on all these things. So it's a consumer of Kafka, but it publishes also to MassTransit. So that's why that has a joined behavior. Let's add an app settings, add configuration file, app settings, Kafka consumer. This is ls communications. Again, naming conventions, all those sort of things. And again, this is the sort of stuff I have to change. So basically, if I wanted to shift all this to a different server, to a different machine, what I do is I go through all this and find all the local host, and I create a name alias in my host file for development machine. That way, all the Kafka and stuff can still be aliased locally. I can still run it locally, but then I could actually set up a box with those services running and just point it to that, so that then I can truly move everything between. So what I might end up doing is set up a little box with that can host all the data, and I can SSH into it, and then use SSH development even from this device, so those services are always running as well. So just have a stack of PCs basically. Be awesome if I could do that with Raspberry Pi. Just get a bunch of Raspberry Pis, make a kind of NAS out of it, and host it all that way. But anyway. Let's just see if we can finish this up. So this isn't going to look too different. We are going to reference our service defaults as well. We need a reference to that. I do want to start using, so Aspire, oh, that will just take a while. PyFarm, when you take the mini lab seriously. Yeah. So we're gonna, so mediator we'll worry about in a second. Kafka, so we're gonna add Kafka configuration. Data bus worry about, we don't need service bus. Configure telemetry configuration. I don't think we need that here. We don't need this planning item source because we don't know what a planning item is at this point. At this point, this does not know a planning item from a task from whatever. It just knows you've been told to do something, or rather you've received some data. Let's store that data. So changes is going to be a constant feed. Mediator, we don't have mediator yet. We do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Communications, application, add. Let's copy that in there. Come on. I was going to say, sort yourself out. So add mediator there. And then we've got Kafka, service defaults, and configure telemetry. I don't think we need to do anything specifically for telemetry right now. Telemetry is now enabled because we've got open telemetry enabled in the service defaults. What that is about this telemetry here is the ability to extend the telemetry. So you can actually customize the telemetry, like the tracer provider, you can actually configure them further. So that allows me to add those extra things in that aren't, sorry. When you start a PyFarm, don't use SD card to kill somebody. Yeah, I would be if I was going to start up that sort of stuff, I'd basically looking to do PCIe storage solution. However that would be done. SD cards just aren't just aren't there for that, are they? So anyway, yeah, the telemetry configuration is possible later. Okay, so what I what blah 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 words. I'm always mindful of this design of having sorry, the family moving around now. I'm always mindful of the structuring of code. And I constantly try and reflect on whether I'm comfortable with things. And, you know, I do take to some extent, like the use cases. Like there's often this case where like organize it by the use cases, not by the technology. A little harder when you've got some technology concerns mixed in there, but and that doesn't necessarily live there. It lives there because I only need it here right this second. But like processing changes, process planning item change, entity subscriptions, subscribe to planning item, right? They're kind of use cases. But I always kind of, every time I come to do something new, every time I try to do something, I want to continually evolve in that way. So sending user registration invitation, send registration invitation is kind of redundant. It's like a folder for the sake of a folder. Communications, I do think this is probably going to break down into many services eventually as part of a communications umbrella, because there's going to be lots of different pieces to this. But for right now, we don't know that, so let's not overthink it. So what I'm thinking about here is, what does this look like? This detailed change event receiver receives the event. The action it performs is not right. So it's kind of like record change event, right? Let's just start with that. Record change event. So this is going to have a public record command. And this is going to have, how do I do this in changes? Actually, how do I do it here? I map it out again, right? Yes, I do. So I break out the changes and map out a new object, which is perfectly fine. Do I want to do that here though? Because this detailed change event receiver, so it's detailed change event. That's source event ID. That's the one we need. The problem is I kind of have a lot of detail here. I don't necessarily want to hand over, but I'm going back into the system here, right? The application is the presentation layer, or the infrastructure as it is. I mean, the infrastructure and presentation are on the same outside. The presentation layer, the infrastructure layer, goes into the application layer. The application has the domain knowledge. The domain contains domain knowledge, but the application knows about domain. I don't have entities yet. I'd do it that way. Yeah, I'm sure people won't turn away in droves if I turn on a light theme. Actually, if I want an opinion, if I want to know if people are paying attention and have opinions, if I turn on a light theme, it would do. Uh, yeah, I do. I actually do flip flop back in that every now and then to using light themes because it's kind of fun. I'm team light mode. Actually, me too. I do prefer light mode. I just get used to using dark mode, and I can't switch. If I had the choice, I would probably have a light mode. However, I can't switch because if I stream like that, it will just not. It just won't go well. So yeah, this is why we do it. Yeah. Well, again, like looking at the studies, looking at I was looking at products that do this, right? If you look at most of the products, they all start with light mode. I think linear is one of the rare ones that starts in dark mode. But the other products will be a light mode to begin with. And trying to understand why, it does look like because the light mode is actually better for reading the text. It's easy to read large swaths of text in a light mode. Which, considering with developers, would make sense. The problem is we kind of become cave dwellers, right? Because we end up sat in a room just focusing on code. Yeah. Yeah, that especially, I mean, this layout, look at this. It bugs me. Look at the background. There's a grey border. There's a black box sits inside a grey border, which sits under this thing, which sits in a black box. It all just kind of blurs, and it sits out there. So in light mode, that would be probably better defined. But 'tis what it is. So. Anyway, I gotta figure out what I want to do with this. It's just a bad theme. That's not really a dark mode issue. Wow. I get the point though. No judgment. Oh, that's my application. You just criticizing. Bad theme. It's terrible. I really, really want to find someone that can overhaul this. Provide. I'd like a light and dark mode thing, and it seems we do have a light mode issue, right? Because bad was too strong. Yeah, it's fine. I can accept criticism. I ask for it all the time. It's fine. Like, so this already has mediators, so we're going to have I command. Right, I comparable. Mediator I command. So experience choice of colors. Yeah, I would love to find a designer that I could work with that would actually provide all the mock-ups and the layouts to produce that. I just cannot afford to spend significant amounts of money hiring people. It would be a portfolio project. It's the only way I could offer it at this point. So right now, developer UI it is. Well, developer mixed with AI. There is quite an influence of using Claude and oh, I need to unsubscribe from that UX pilot to get to this point. Okay, we can see you next. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it. May your weekend be Fantastic. Do I want to answer a call from someone called Hercules? No, I don't think I do. That's definitely a, let's go to voicemail. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Sending demigod out to VM. My attitude is I have a voicemail. I try to make sure it's empty all the time. If you actually do need to get in touch with me, you're going to leave a voicemail to say, call me back, and I'll call you back. Do you know what that is? I only answer calls I'm expecting. Yeah. Well, if I get a call, sadly, I will not get a call from my parents. Sorry, I was going to go very dark there with that one. That was not very appropriate. I was in that kind of mood. So anyway, class handler, I handle, I command handler of command. Stub that out, right? So I have a few decisions to make here. I have a few decisions on storage technology, on design. I kind of need this change detail event to go right through, but it seems weird to send it through the command and then have this take a dependency on that event. But in the same is everything I need. I need that object serialized, essentially, because I need to be able to retrieve it later. Breaking it down and mapping it all out as separate fields when I need, well, do I need everything? I need the source event ID, the thing that triggered it. I need the details of the user who did it. Yes, I need that. When it occurred, yes. And the changes themselves, the differences. So do I need everything? No, I don't. Right. Okay, let's go with this. So we need... You'd think I'd be better at this workflow by now, wouldn't you? You'd think this would be more natural. Split right. There we go. Okay, let's collapse that. The weird thing is I've got much bigger screens available to me, right? I've got a widescreen monitor here. And I use a font size that's readable on stream. But when the stream ends, I don't change my profile at all. I don't change anything about what I do. I still develop on the screen in this way all the time. It's kind of strange. So I think what we'll do today is we'll go until one line starts upstream, and then we'll just go over and see one line, and we'll continue this on. We'll make it another community day extension day, except I'm not opening the Discord. Maximize my window on my 49-inch monitor and just write everything in one continuous line. I've honestly thought about condensing and just getting one big monitor. This desk wouldn't take a 49-inch monitor. I don't think this desk is... I think this desk might actually be 48 inches. So a 49-inch monitor would look ridiculous on this desk. And also I kind of like... no, I don't feel obligated to. It just feels like a really logical thing, and I'm still doing it. So you're fine. Who needs line breaks when you have columns? That would be the advantage, the less cables thing, especially on this desktop right now. Although I do have a a prompter and a touchscreen, which has kind of now become my terminal window slash Stream Deck. So Stream Deck got pitched and was actually used on my game stream yesterday. So yeah, I wouldn't actually lower the cables because that is pretty much the most useful contribution I made to my desk in years, is having this 11-inch wide touchscreen, which is so what I've done is I have, where are you? Where are you? 2-hour meeting coming up. Oh, I bet that's full of useful information. 2-hour meeting. Oh, 12.3 inch, not 11-inch. Oof. What am I doing, man? Where's the link? How do I get a link on this thing? Get link. We use the affiliate link, it makes sense. So I use that. So it's 12.3 inch screen and it's a touch screen. So what I've done is I've used, it's $100. I've used the Stream Decks. So Elgato released the Stream Deck for like Windows. And it now allows me to put my Stream Deck buttons to one side of it and terminal windows onto the rest of it. It's, you know, it's a 1920 by 728 IPS screen. So now I've got a Stream Deck mixed with an actual terminal window, so I can do all terminal commands without dragging it on screen or whatever. So it works very well. What did that star out then? It asterisked out everything but NQ on the end there, DC Aggie. So sorry. I'm not sure why the 10.5 inch screen is more expensive. By the way, I only ended up paying $40 for that screen as well because I had credit and stuff on things, so it worked. So let's get this command set up. So the entity type doesn't matter to us. We don't care. This is C#. Linked. Gotcha. Which didn't carry because it determined it was a swear word or a bad word or whatever. They'll warn you when I buy an ultra wide, you aren't ever going back. You attach yourself for life. Rambling Geek has a 49. He has a BAM, as he refers to it as. Yeah. Okay, so we have GUID source event ID. We have we can't use user detail there because that's yeah, this is where this gets messy. Public record, user detail, GUID, user identifier, string name, string email. It's a mapping problem, right? It's not a record command. That helps if you write code properly. Yeah, so yeah, so let's put user detail, source user. Date time code on. That's going to carry through. We're going to record that, so that's going to be helpful. So we know who did it, we know the event that triggered it, and now we need an enumerable of changes, which is going to be the same thing, right? It's going to be this. I've had this keyboard for months and I still haven't figured out how to do line end using keyboard shortcuts because it doesn't have it. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is buy a keyboard that has an end button on it. All that change there, and then command.change changes. What else do we need on this one? So that's our correlating ID. That's who did it. That's when it occurred and what changes were done. It's usually function right arrow when keyboards don't have end. No. 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 Yeah, I know it can do it. No, that's definitely home. That's page up, page down, home. No, it's not Mac. It's a Keychron Q5 Pro, like 9. It's not a 100% keyboard, so it only has, in between the numpad and the regular keyboard, it only has delete, page up, page down, and home. And I haven't figured out how. I probably need to just plug it in and map the key, because it does have some like command keys like circle, triangle, square, and I think I probably just need to map one of them to be end. It was on sale for like $160, and I wanted to try. I needed a better keyboard than the one I destroyed. I had a membrane keyboard so I use this keyboard. It's Bluetooth. It supports 3 Bluetooth profiles and a wired profile. So I have the work Mac, and I've got a ProtoArch mouse, so I can just switch between them. Yeah, yeah. It'd be great if it did. Yeah, but it doesn't. I don't think these do anything yet. Yeah, I probably just need to plug it in and map these keys. Those 3 keys don't seem to do anything. It's a good keyboard from a typing perspective. I don't get very tired. I can't think of that word right this second. But yeah. So from a typing experience perspective, it's very good. It weighs 6 pounds, so you could use it as a lethal weapon if you need to as well. Change type doesn't matter here because added or deleted doesn't. I really don't care, right? Created, updated, yeah. I need the details from it. So the only reason I get this is because I've been triggered that I should do it. So if it doesn't have any change or it's everything, then it's fine. Duka, hello, how you doing? How are things today? So I think that's what we'll send for right this second. So we'll go here and we will inject sender. There's no point avoiding the fact we're using mediator. It is perfectly fine. It is also why I did consider, because if you look at brain, I use fast endpoints. Fast endpoints has kind of a mediator abstraction built into it, so you can actually get away from using extra libraries. You can just handle a mediator message right through fast endpoints. But I actually use the same application component from different aspects, right? There's multiple entry points into some of these services. So using mediator makes sense because I can use mediator from my receivers where fast endpoints isn't a thing. I can use it from other entry points into the application. If I have different, to Canny's point, if I decided for whatever reason I wanted to expose an internal API, I can still do that and use those mediators there. So I can supply those things. And again, there's receivers and consumers, right? So that is why mediator continues to be used in here. So we shall continue. Okay. Pretty Boo was supposed to go on a canoe vacation, but got stomach issues. Oh no. I think I'm done with mediator. Well, I prefer a service layer. Keep the third party stuff out of my way. I mean, even if I was to go away from using mediator, not mediator, uh, the pattern in general, I still dislike service. I think it's a dumping ground. Developers aren't always as strict. I think it can become very much aligned to your data model than your behavior. And I like the way that using libraries like Mediator give me the ability to express the behavior of the application rather than the objects that make up the application. And I think service layers tend to end up aligned to the tables they're talking about. And they're not about behavior, they're more about the data. I think it's less readable. I'm not sure how it's a readability sacrifice. And I will say, having, again, alluding to the AI exploration, we'll say AI is not going to make that any easier for you either. If you try and develop a system in this style, you aren't wrong. How often do services just like repos plus BL? Frequently, my God, yeah. It's not procedural. You have to understand how handles are sort of working implicitly. I think it impacts debug too. You don't have to understand. I mean, at the end of the day, once you understand that it is basically a method call to a thing, it's the handle has just become methods, right? And I'm not trying to, again, if you don't want to, I'm only trying to discuss it just for the sake of, having the discussion. But in my code, I say send command, that is this object, and it gets sent to this handler with this handle. So once that pattern's in place, it's, right, but again, a service is, why is a service any different then? Because it's just a method call because you're injecting your service. But I think if you understand how the service is injected, I think you have enough to know. Yeah. And the way this works, right, Mediator works is actually, and again, you can write your own. It's really simple for this. It's not this that I need Mediator for. I could do this without having any Mediator library involved at all. Just a straight up, hey, this goes to this. That's generic thing. Mediator does all these things based off type, where you don't need that really. Services are explicit. Here's this thing that does this. Yeah, I get it. And that's why I'm continuing the conversation. It's like, it's, again, if you and I worked in an organization together, we have to have those discussions. And I think it's useful to continue to have these discussions and not make it just about, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm right. Sort of discussion. It's not, it's what works for you. How do you make code more productive? How do you maintain it? My concern over services is the same as controllers. I like endpoints because endpoints allow me to express one piece of code. It follows through the path, right? So once they're in there, it's there. I'm not going to die on this hill at my company. Would I personally do these things this way personally? Probably not. Yeah. So having seen the way that controllers and services have been set up in every other project I've looked at that does that sort of thing, they just become these massive dumping grounds. Yes, it's a method, but it becomes harder to read with time because it just grows and grows and grows. It's like in this case, let's say we had planning items. So if I had a planning item service, right now I'm adding attachments, I'm commenting on things, I'm posting, I'm putting, I'm doing all these things. This service is going to grow quite big, right? These commands break that behavior down into the things. And again, that's why I'm talking about my use cases, whether I want to do it this way or not. But a comment on a planning item is a comment on a planning item. I still have services, by the way. There are domain services for these things. Planning item domain service does deal with adding and updating planning items. But that behavior grows. These things become very big dumping grounds for code. And then you end up with 2,000 line, 3,000 line, 4,000 line services that are just all this behavior. So that's why I've evolved to do the things I do the way I do them. I'm okay with the sacrifice of understanding there's a little bit of magic. I used to hate any magic involved in code. I disliked not knowing how things worked. And then I realized that if I kept doing that, I wouldn't be able to embrace the technologies that people are developing and use them to make myself more productive. I use services, but fully agree that you can easily become monoliths or wrappers for your data access classes and end up too knowledgeable, tightly coupled to things like DB tables. Yeah, that's it. My opinions normally come from the fact that I've worked with other developers, and I don't necessarily want them to not be able to do the thing, but I want them to be like think more before they do something. So yeah, but from a code organization perspective, I kind of like it. It expresses what I want to express. So yeah, but absolutely, it depends. You see handlers becoming dumping grounds too. Yes. In the way I'm using them, I don't see that, but I can see why they would be. You could create a very generic named command with a generic handler, update planning item, right? You could do that. And then it's like, oh, well, if this changes and that changes and this changes and this changes, right, etc. I have colleagues just writing all the code in a handler, no services, nothing. Yeah. My general rule in this is if it becomes more complicated than just updating a data table and it requires more dependencies, it breaks out into its own service. And there is a service for this now. So that service is the actual logic and that's expected. So it's in the domain behavior. Once it becomes more than CRUD, it has to go into a service because it's a little bit more involved. Checking like things exist or things are parameters are updated, etc., is not necessarily domain service level. It's more data validation and checking. But if it becomes, oh well, if it's in this state and this happens and this state and this happens, then I move it out to a domain service. So I still use services, but the handler is the intermediary to organize and determine that I need to use it. So yeah, if I'm going to use a handler, I still have a service. Yeah. My general pattern is to try and say, okay, if I need another repository or I need multiple pieces of data brought in, that's not a handler. The handler is the validation that I need to call that service. And again, the benefit of that is if I call that same handler if I send that command from different touch points, like I could call it from a receiver as much as I could call it from an API, I have that flexibility. But at the end of the day, what matters more is, can you maintain the code you write? Are you comfortable navigating it? Does it make sense to you? If someone comes onto the project, how much are you willing to stand by and how much are you willing to change? And what does compromise look like? Anyway, 2-hour meeting time. Send help. Talk to you later. Take care, Napalm. May the meeting fly by or get cancelled. But that's always a worthwhile discussion, especially in an organization. If you're working with others, it's worth understanding. If you want to bring in some technology or you have an opinion on how something should be structured, that's where it's useful to talk about this stuff and make sure you're not just like, well, I hate it, and why do you hate it? Well, I've never done it that way. Okay, let's explore why. Let's do that. Let's talk about it. I'm not saying that Napalm was saying that, by the way. I'm just saying that that's commonly Sometimes it's because they've done something a way before that they continue to do that thing. And we shouldn't just do things. Is dogmatically the right? I always use dogmatically incorrectly. In a dogmatic monopoly, in a narrow-minded dogmatic, I suppose, yeah, dogmatically, yeah. Like doing something for the sake of doing something because you've done it before and not actually thinking beyond what it could be. Hello, Taylor. Hello, my little friend. You okay? What's the matter? Yeah. You good girl? Doors open. Doing something because it's how it would be a layman's way of stating. Yeah. Again, a lot of developers don't necessarily care about the design. They care about getting the job done. So if they've done something, you know, a dozen ways before, they're going to do the same thing again. And I think you've got to grow outside of those things. So what we're going to do here is we are going to do await sender.send new record change event. That is the intention of what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to record this change event. That's all that's going to do. I'll show you why that's going to work afterwards. Cancellation token. And then in here, we're going to do event.source event ID. New record change event dot user detail event dot source user dot identifier. Thank you, AI. That was most helpful. Not sure I meant to hit that, but it's fine. It's all fine. Event dot Rider does not like using the at thing, but I like to use the word event. It is the event. It is not a anything other than an event. So codon and event, but Rider does not like that. What was that last one? Changes. Oh yeah. Dot. So we need to do event dot changes dot select. C goes to new record changes event dot command dot change. C dot name, C dot before, C dot after. And that needs to be, how do you like that? Yeah, that won't cause any problems for synchronization. That's fine. No, not intended. Okay. So there we go. There's our record change event kind of stubbed out. So now I need to decide on the database technology, and I think the right database technology for this is Mongo. Mongo will give me the flexibility to have that stored and retrieve it quickly by its ID. It means I don't have to worry about schema or serializing this object out to JSON. That's a problem because, again, if you hit the maximum, I mean, what is it? I think nvarchar max is 8,000 characters right now. Nvarchar max SQL Server. I also do need to reduce my dependency on SQL Server. 2 gig, okay. So yeah, it'll store a few characters. But I don't want to be storing JSON that way in SQL Server. Did this update to 6? No, it did not update to 6. Why would it update to 6? That did. Those didn't. Those haven't like rolled through the Nope, they haven't rolled through the cache yet. Whatever. I did it. I pushed it. So I do need to reduce my dependency on SQL Server, especially if I'm going to do hosted at all. If I was to push this product to live tomorrow, I immediately have a SQL Server licensing issue. Like I may, like MassTransit, I'm still on 9.5. Or I'm still on 8.5, I think. 9, I think, becomes licensed. I'm not using anything other than MassTransit that's licensed right this second, other than SQL Server. It may be that I actually figure out Postgre, and then we switch to Postgre from SQL Server. Which is a massive number of changes. Don't get me wrong, but I think it will be a better experience if I go to production and say, hey, someone want to pay me for this? And they say, yeah. I'm like, oh no, I owe Microsoft $50,000. But we've got way more to go there. So yeah. Okay. So we have our receiver. That receiver will now take that detailed change event. So when this actually starts up for the first time, it will consume those other events. They'll be unnecessary, but it will consume these events. So I think what I do is in the changes, when I actually consume the planning item, right? I go and I go to the actor. I actually put actors inside of my application layer here. I don't know whether I should break them out as a separate thing, but it doesn't really matter. And I trying to see document by tenant identifier spec. So here I serialize out the object, or I serialize the object to. Did they ever figure out? Oh no, Mongo is here. Yeah, okay. So in changes, what I do is I store a collection called planning items. Anytime. You're meant to be quick. Go on. I store the collection by identifier and tenant, but I actually store the object as last event body. So I don't actually deal with this as an actual object. In this case, I probably don't need to worry too much about that because I can just store essentially what I've just passed through. I can just create a model that looks like that. Huh. So let's... Now, the fun of this. Yes, this is a Mongo library, right? This is all Mongo. This is not actually SQL Server. But in terms of the behavior in the application, if you notice there, when I publish the new, right, I test to see if it's not null. If it is null, then I go and add it. It's just a repository.add. of a planning item. Um, I'm using Ardalis. So I'm using Mongo's EF core provider plus Ardalis' specs, and it gives me repositories and stuff still. So this layer, this application layer, doesn't know about the technology. So even if I back this by SQL Server later, it might take a little bit of effort, but it wouldn't be impossible to get that. So ignore last event. So if you look, I set last event to the actual event, and then I ignore that field and say last event body document, yeah, and I create this document that has that body attached to it. So it actually does the serialization, deserialization there for me. Wish I could just use SQLite in my apps. Talk to Stony. Stony's using SQLite quite extensively. I don't know. I think Liquid Sky actually I could run what I've got now off SQLite. SQL Server is just a natural go-to for me. I'm not sure I would want to grow the application if I use SQLite, but we will see what happens to move over to Postgre if it brings in any behavioral differences to the application stack, because there's a lot of stuff going on. Vue is going to be the most affected. Vue is the hardest part. But what I could do is I could rebuild Vue. So one of the benefits of doing the architecture this way is I could rebuild Vue backed off Postgre and then repopulate it using the ETL tools and switch over and even do a 50-50 comparison, like do a load balance comparison of the gateway and test, does it give me different results? Do I see problems, etc.? Actually, I could do that based upon who you logged in as well, couldn't I, at the gateway? So if I'm logged in as user Bob, I get one view, and if I get user, yeah. Or if I'm in one tenant, yeah. Anyway, that's that's a complete rabbit hole to go down later. Yeah, so anyway, I serialize that differently, but I don't think I need to do that in this case, because I think I can just store the list of objects in there, because this object structure isn't going to change. The reason I did it this way for this one is because I'm going to have other objects. But like right now, it doesn't. This doesn't do anything with tasks. I've got nothing change tracking for tasks. That's why this, so that I can create a tasks process that does almost identical. Well, it will be identical code almost, and behaves the right way. But let's get that and that. So we have so do you work on any side projects, DTaggy? You a work only sort of stuff? Like Stoney's got No Mercy, and do you have any side projects? Like, do you work on anything that you tinker with a lot? Like this and other streamers, have other projects. Like Fuel works on Sons, hello, how you doing? Coming in one of those fakes again, right? Shader toy. Yes, Fuel Wilson Shader toy stuff, yeah. And Stony Wilson No Mercy. Just curious, just asking, because you said I wish I could use SQLite in my apps. I'm trying to pry. Maximal apps. Maximal APIs. Nope, all my stuff so far is work related. So I did put the config bridge out to the GitHub. Nice. Oh. Coffee's getting low now. We'll have to go and make a pot this time. Structured receiver for detail change event. So over the weekend, what I might try and do is, if I can find the time, is I might try and sit down and kind of edit together some of the content I've put together on the AI stuff. And maybe one day next week we'll do a stream on, so Tuesday, Thursday next week, no stream, just PT. I got PT until the end of this month. I have a trip to Texas coming the week after, but that won't affect it because I'll be missing that stream anyway, because I would be in PT. And then 3 weeks later, back to Texas. So, yeah. Where's coding client solutions? Fridays are community days. Yes. Nice. So what we'll do is we will continue. We'll get this done. We'll get this. We'll try and get Mongo in here soon. But then we will go over to OneLine. Structured receiver for detailed chat. So we'll have some continuity. I'm not sure if you'll hear my voice again today. I don't think I'll be joining the chat, but yeah, I know. Self-promotion is perfectly fine, especially in my stream. It wouldn't let you. Unless you got a viewer, it wouldn't let you. So, structured receiver for detailed change event in communications. Built out command to receive the details. Yeah, no worries. Again, always welcome to join in Discord, and also if I'm hanging out in Discord in chat, which I sometimes drop in if I'm just hanging around and doing stuff. Anyone's more than welcome to join and have a conversation. I do put 6-person limit on things normally, unless it's in the lounge. The lounge is just like, okay, it's everywhere, but I don't think we've ever hit anywhere near there. You have preferences for URW implementation for Sharper? We'll go there somewhere else. that's a challenge. There's a typo in the Kafka config. Was there in that last commit? Kafka. Thank you. Oh dear. At least I didn't misspell it there. Kafka. That means it's misspelled there because I copied it. Was it notifications? That means it's misspelled over here as well. Kafka. That's a great name. Some people might actually think that's right. Correct. Configuration file. Actually, before we do that, let's be thorough there. Control Kafka. Okay. I haven't done it everywhere else. Easy to miss is it's an extension method, so the class name is completely irrelevant. I think it's one way that C# is going to change eventually, because we end up with these classes that really are kind of sub namespaces. If you look at the way I'm building the commands, right, I'm using the class as a sub namespace, not as an actual class. It's just a kind of grouping. So I think eventually C# will change, because we are becoming more functional in our approach, bit by bit. But hi all, I have to teach Kafka in this coming year to my literature students. Oh, Franz Kafka. Yes. If you look at why it's called Kafka, you will see that they were fans of the author. It's not because of any parallels to be drawn, I don't think. And welcome back from Talagrade. So let's look at Mongo. So in here, so I talked about dumping grounds before, right? Now, one of the things I've embraced with using the fact that you don't have to have everything sitting in one library. Yes, it means more projects, but you don't have to have everything sitting in one library. And by the way, Zonzo, yeah, you understand why I do this, right? With the naming, coming back to your entry to the stream. I know that you're often just trying to do the let's challenge something, but you understand why I do this. I think I've explained that before. But anyway, I can have as many infrastructure libraries as I want. Nothing says I have to have one. So oftentimes when I come up against this, where I've got, well, this has got mail specifics in it, right? So there's going to be a package in here for MailKit. If I include Mongo in here as well now, then I have a load of Mongo stuff, and I have email and MongoDB stuff combined. Now in the others, I've just dealt with the fact that this is all storage related behavior for the most part, right? So infrastructure is basically just the database layer. But it doesn't mean I have to follow that pattern. It could be that I have communications infrastructure, email, or mail providers, or whatever. But I'm sorely tempted to create communications infrastructure storage for right this second, rather than create it in there, because the mail came first, right? We can rearrange things later. Naming is not difficult. You can move things around. You should be able to move things around. So what we'll do is we'll create a new project, a class library, and a source, and this will be called communications infrastructure storage. Now, one day, I'm going to have to go through the effort. So, this. Right. So that's going to create a namespace. It looks kind of funky, but it's fine. And the assembly name is going to be communications infrastructure storage. One day I'm going to have to go through the effort of namespacing everything more reasonably, right? But for now, it's perfectly fine. It works. So in here, we are going to end up with, let's go and check here, dependencies.net, assemblies, MongoDB entity framework, and our Dallas. So we're going to do MongoDB.entity framework core. and rdalis dot specification entity framework core. Easily one of the libraries that I would miss significantly based upon what it does for my code. I really do like what it does for the readability. And we are going to do configuration, contexts. So I saw something the other day that made me question whether I ever need to do this. And it was because I've done this so long, again, on that topic of just because you've done something forever, why do you need to do it? And what I saw was basically someone just did this, right? So they took this, okay, and they said, okay, well, let's create context. The reason I create a context folder is because there is a likelihood that I will end up with read-only and write versions of the context. So it just makes sense. If things get too busy in terms of, especially in this communications library, I might have a lot of stuff, reading a lot of stuff from the database storage. And again, this is one context. If I set up SQL Server for other pieces, if I set other contexts up, they might end up in here. So there's no, and yes, that's a what if and Yagni, etc. But it's organizational. So this is going to be the it's not going to be communications. This is going to be for the suppose it is for this case. Options. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to see if it works, and I think it might. I don't think I need to explicitly, if I'm specifying configurations, I don't think I need to do, I don't think I need to set the DB sets. Let's find out. In our domain, we're going to need some entities. See, that's the domain will have aspects of all these things represented. So I have an email provider, and in this case, MailKit email provider is my infrastructure. So when I set up my project to set, oh, when you have an email provider, use this. It means that the application just talks to email provider, right? It just injects an email provider and sends the email, and that's all it cares about, right? An abstraction around an abstraction is questionable, but yeah. Okay. So let's finish this up. Let's get this moving, and then we'll call this. So, the reason I went there, entities, we need an entity to support that change. The abstraction, distraction. It's very easy to over abstract for certain, for the sake of being flexible. I think that is oftentimes leveled, you know, when you get to unit testing and stuff, people are like, oh, well, what, just abstracting things for the sake of abstracting them. It's finding the balance. But I don't want to have a hard MailKit dependency inside of my communications, because how I communicate is not the responsibility of the fact that I am communicating. So, and that's that's his entire design, is basically, you know, the fact that I want to be notified about something, and the method through which I'm notified about that thing are they're separate concerns. Combined in one place, right? So they end up there. it's a hard design to live by. So I think that often is what's probably creates a lot of, sorry, that sentence. I feel that to design like this is not necessarily natural or easy. It comes with experience and time. And I think that's oftentimes what ends up creating a lot of hardwired code, is because it just, I just want to get a job done. I want to move forward, and that's harder because so much. But I see it sometimes being used to hide or band-aid or an underlying issue. Yeah. But I think it takes a bit more experience to get to this point. What's my entity here? My entity is change detail, I suppose. Change event detail. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Again, if you are interested in what I'm doing, if you want to know more, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions, the stream extends beyond just the time I'm streaming. There is a Discord available if you are interested in joining. I realize that Discord overload is a thing. I often cycle through Discords and just put them as, move them down into a folder and say, okay, I'll visit back later. But if you want to know more, if you want to share your projects, if you want to ask for opinions and stuff on things, there are other people in the Discord other than myself, and we often hang out in there. Anyone is more than welcome to join. Conversation not guaranteed on the topic you might expect. As we become more personally aware, we kind of chat about random topics. What is this? What am I representing here? Let's go with change detail. Right this second. Right, and let's mimic, essentially, we're going to mimic this object. Right. So change detail is going to have a public GUID identifier, which is going to be that source event ID. I think I might need to think more through this one, because a document has an object ID. Yes, that's what I thought. Yep. Mongo does better when it's got this document ID. Using a GUID as an identifier or using a GUID as ID doesn't quite work the way you want it to. So it does end up with, so you notice there is probably a package for Mongo inside of, yeah, MongoDB BSON is in there. That breaks with a pattern I normally hold to, which is I do not bring any database relevant specific database specific behavior into my domain objects, so that they are completely agnostic. But Mongo kind of forces me down that path. Otherwise, it will be very hard to identify this object and pull it out. Let's try not to do it and see what happens. But that being said, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. This is a very long stream for me. One Lion has brought up his stream, and it is Community Day, and several people are going to be over there already. So I'm going to raid over there. I will return next week on Monday, back to regular stream time, sadly. So 9 a.m. Eastern. Again, that doesn't mean you can't join Discord and have chats off stream. Well, I've had the week off, so I've used that chance. But unfortunately, I do want to finish. I do need to finish. I started late, but I need to get on with other stuff as well today. The weather is cooled enough to be able to do some things around the house and the garden, so I'm going to use that chance now. So let's go raid one line. yeah, I will be back on Monday. Next week, I'm going to try and get some content together on my opinions on agentic AI, on using the tools, on how I want to use it as part of my workflow, my opinions on why I will not use it extensively. And I'm trying to prepare that. It may become a video rather than an actual stream, but we will see. But you will see more of it appear in different guises. But I'm still going to write code because, yeah, it's the better way. So anyway, thank you all for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Let's go see One Line. One Line has Community Day. Community Day is you can talk about tech stuff. If you want to join the Discord and have an actual voice chat, you can do. But I will be back next week. Thank you all. Thank you for joining. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you next time. Thank you all. End button.